Welcome back to another Factional Fight Plays Wurm Online. My name is Adam, and I am all by myself here today as Brian wasn't able to make it today. However, you got me, so let's get to playing some Wurm. Um, Kind of excited about this stream today. We got a lot of stuff to discuss in terms of news, and um, I got a bunch of stuff to do. So let's get started. It's so dark on my deed, yeah. I was fiddling around with the settings, trying to get things just right in terms of like, I want the game to look pretty good, but I also don't want my computer to die. Um, and I still don't feel like I got it right because, like, I don't know if you guys can see that, but there's some weird thing going on with the shadows depending on which way I'm facing, and that I know happens on low settings, but it doesn't usually happen on higher settings. And I'm trying to figure out what is that one setting that I need to switch so that it doesn't have that lighting, the crappy lighting effect. You see, like that bar? There it is. That bar of light right there. Like, what is that? I don't know. It's like some artifact from some old bug that they've had, and they fixed. Oh, cats! You know which one I need. What's the setting? And serene. What is that setting that I'm missing? Because man, like I can't stand this weird beam of light that keeps coming around here. Oh, you guys are gonna bug me today about the lens. Yeah, right. Anyway, I'll have to live with it because I'm hoping that my computer's running okay, and that I don't get any weird glitches with my voice. Um, so yeah, like it's actually daytime in Worm right now. So if it's dark, I don't know how much lamps are gonna help. That's sort of just the way it is. I'm sitting in the shadows though of this big tree. The sun, I'm not sure exactly where it is, but yeah, this is what it looks like in the shadows. Though I know that there is a setting. There is a setting that will make things look a lot nicer in terms of the shadows, particularly. I just can't seem to find which one it is. And it kind of does annoy me to have the shadows move around like that. Let's take a peek in the settings here. Let's see if we can figure it out. So let's see. It probably has something to do with the shadows. Is it the shadow map size? Like, does that have to be bigger? Um, hmm. And same with the water. The water could look better. And is it just maybe it's this? Maybe that's the water. But the shadows, what do I got on the shadows? I got medium shadow map size. Post processing tab. Yeah. Okay, so I have ambient occlusion on medium. I have the volumetric fog turned on. And hey, Peanut, what's going on? Let's see who else is here. We got Serene, Hatspur, Du Jensen, Talkerin. What's going on? Um, and yeah, Peanut, welcome, welcome. Ambient occlusion off. I mean, I know ambient occlusion off will make things run better. Oh, cats, you have ambient occlusion turned off completely as well. Interesting. But why is that? What is simulate shadows near geometry corners? Ah, yes, Peanut, thank you. Yes, I did get my fine carpentry imp yesterday, and I was told that it was you who forwarded my request to. Oh boy, starts with an M. We'll figure it out because that's a mailbox. Try it. Okay, let's turn it off. I think I might need to do a restart if I'm going to do that, which is good. Okay, so let's try that. But man, if turning that off is what's going to fix the shadows flipping all over the place, Um, that's kind of weird if I'm going to be honest. I'm just going to double check other things here. So I'll turn that off. What about like terrain shadow detail? Like if I turn that higher, will that fix things maybe? It definitely has something to do with the shadows that's causing these problems. Or at least the problem that I want to fix. I definitely know. Walk around a bit before you change other settings. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need a restart, right? Although maybe you're right. Maybe that's what fixed it. Interesting. Very interesting. So so, are you telling me that that feature, ambient occlusion, is what's causing all those beams of light to fly all over the place? That's really kind of weird, if you ask me. I also want to get the volumetric fog working as well. Um, Sun looks kind of flat right now. Not sure why. Behind some clouds, but I can't get those sun rays to come through. What's what's causing that? Okay, so let's see. I got the volumetric fog turned on, but lamps. You guys. Okay, so something makes me brighter. You need that. Yeah, I honestly don't even know what's making me brighter. Would like to get the volumetric fog working, so let's see. Um, and I kind of remember reading something somewhere, and I couldn't find. I went looking for it, uh, but I think it has something to do with either the shadow map size. It's like you need to have a certain setting set to a certain level before the volumetric fog is going to turn on. Maybe it's the terrain shadow. Do you know reflection detail? Anybody know? Shadow detail needs to be high enough in shadow detail. Okay, so like this one. So maybe high, change that to high. And I'm probably going to need a reset. Does it need to be very high or just high is enough? Do you know? Because I'm going to have to do a reset and I don't want to have to do too many if I can avoid it. Let's just change it to very high. So shadow detail. And what about the shadow map size? Yeah, I know. The problem is so shadow details you have high. And okay, so if you have shadow detail high and it's is it high or very high? Okay, so your shadow map size is medium. Okay. Okay. So let's turn that to high and let's do a restart and let's see what happens. Oh, reflection high too. Okay, let's see that. Reflection detail. Let's change that to high. Okay. Shadow detail everything. Okay, I see. Shadow detail everything. That's what you meant to say earlier instead of the shadow detail high. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, that actually changed the game in the game, but didn't add the volumetric fog. So let's do a restart and let's see what that does. Thank you very much for your help. Now, it's very possible that I'm going to stutter here, so I'm going to just stay silent during the loading. Okay. That didn't seem to give me the volumetric lighting, the sun rays. Yeah. Let's take a peek again. It's got to be in here somewhere. And I know other people have the same issue. It's obviously particular to people who are trying to lower their settings so their game performs nicely. But like there should be an easy enough way to figure out how to get this volumetric fog to get the sun rays to go. And maybe it's that I have the sky. No, I have the sky detailed to high. Mm, sun glare? Maybe it's this? Is it this sun glare? You guys think? Mm. Man, let's just try that. Oh, yes. Okay. So we'll have to do another reset. But before I do that, let's just double check if there's anything else here. Hmm. Okay. I might have to do one more reset. So let's give that a go and then we can get ourselves started. Sorry about all this. All right, one more time. This is just not going my way, is it? Oh, you guys can't see that yet, but it'll pop up in a second. What am I doing wrong? I just don't understand it. I know that if you just sit there and turn everything up, like just blindly turn everything up, it will give me the sun rays. So while I'm putting this on, should I give Adam the link to Cat showing off dance moves? I don't even know what that means. I must have missed something in Cat's stream there yesterday. I did have to go AFK in the middle. Okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to forget that and we'll just live with the lower settings. I do hope that my voice is not stuttering. You let me know because it does appear I'm getting lower frames than normal unless I stop. I missed some great stuff. Yeah. Okay, so you asked him. Well, he says all compatibility settings on core, modern render, but volume electric lighting. Okay. All compatibility settings. Where did the compatibility settings go? Didn't there used to be like a compatibility settings tab here? Am I on the legacy renderer? Am I? Hold on. Is it under the advanced graphics? No. It's under the graphics. I'm on the modern renderer, right? That says modern. Or one of the compatibility settings. I don't even know where to find the compatibility settings. And my whole sky doesn't look right. I know. I feel like I have the old sky. Yeah, totally. Is it that I have to log out and use the settings that's in the it's in the launch bar? Okay. Okay, last try, guys. Okay, I promise this is the last time. Although I think that this is good for everybody to see because I am not the only one who has trouble getting these settings to go right. Turns out that there's some hidden settings in the launch settings. Ah, yes, there's the compatibility. Okay, interesting. So I have the VBO support to extension, so I'm going to switch that to core. Oh, and another thing is, was my voice crackling there while in the game, or was it like perfectly smooth? Because it's all good. Okay, perfect. Because I don't want to do all this and then find out I'm gonna have to lower my settings because my computer can't handle it. Okay, so I changed the compatibility all to core. I can't imagine why it wasn't already to core. Must have been something I changed a long time ago. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure that the sky setting is. I'm just gonna want to make the sky turned up. Let's see here. Sky is turned to high. Okay, and I'm on the modern renderer. Okay. Yeah, my whole sky exactly. Hey, here. Good morning and welcome. Okay, technical difficulties, but we're off. There we go. That looks so much better. Can see the sun rays already. Okay, and hopefully my voice doesn't. Yeah, I know it'll crackle from time to time when things are loading, like the game is loading in. Um, but once I'm in, everything settles. I should be okay. I really hope. Yeah. And if it does become an issue, if my voice is crackling a lot, let me know, and I'm gonna have to do some more settings. Which brings me to my computer update. I am still waiting. You guys might have noticed that or seen that the new graphics cards and the new AMD CPUs have been delayed by quite a bit, and it's really hard to get your hands on them. And I've been waiting it out. I honestly was about to buy a computer in the summer, last summer, when I saw the news that they were going to release these new components in like October or November or whatever it was. And so I thought, I have a computer that works. It's, it works. It's not the best computer there is, but it'll do the trick, and it'll hold me out until October, November when all these new components come out, and maybe I'll buy a new rig for Christmas. Well, that didn't happen because I couldn't get my hands on any of the components, and so, yeah, still waiting. The last update I got was that it might be till April before the supply issues get under control, and that these graphics cards and the CPUs are going to be on the shelves. But yeah, exactly. Like most of us have a computer, it works. I just been saving up my money, and I had it I've been saving for at least a couple years now. I'm pretty patient with these sorts of things, but sort of just I'm getting really antsy about it. I really, really want this new computer, but I will wait. I will wait for the right components. I have had the opportunity of buying lower components because they were available, but I'd rather wait and get what I want. It's going to be like sort of a long-term commitment that I'm hoping for. So that'll come soon, and when that happens, I can just have all the settings turned up and not have to worry about anything and be streaming away, and everything will be perfectly fine. So hopefully that'll happen soon. Okay, so let's get started. So you might notice I have something in my mail, and Peanut was referring to it. I asked for a. Oh, hopefully that's not causing any lag on my voice. I can see it causing frames. I did get yeah, my rope tool improved. Now this rope tool was made rare by Feyran, by Brian, really early on in the server's opening. I think it must have been in the first week or something. He's making a rope tool, and it turned rare. That's why it's a cherry wood, because at the time we didn't have access to oak. We just were using whatever wood was lying on the ground. We were perfect noobs. Mango is the gentleman's name who... Actually, I don't... Mango is probably a guy, not a girl. So I purchased an imp up to 90. And I wanted to check this guy out. And hey, Drogos. What's going on? Yeah, it is one heck of a rope tool. Totally. I did casts on it, a couple casts. I do wish that those casts were the other way around. I would rather have a faster WOA. Okay, so just stand still the whole stream. Okay, so is it that it's crackling when I'm moving? Is that what's happening? Because I will have to turn down things. But now that I know that it's the extensions, like those, not the extensions, but the core, the compatibility tab stuff, that's probably enough, and I can turn other things down. So let's try that. Shadows is a good one. You know what? Objects and structures. Shadow map size to medium. That's fine. Let's turn the water to medium. And you know, I don't need the water to be pretty for now. Let's turn the reflection detail and the terrain shadow detail to medium. I'll get this all sorted. The problem is that it's impossible to know. Oh, that made the game look so much worse, though. And I don't have the rays anymore. Okay, which one did I change that made it do that? It's probably the terrain. Let's just flip this back. No? Does this have to be on high? You're kidding me. You are gotta be kidding me. What else did I change? Objects and structures. So it has to be everything? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so it has to be that one. Okay, so we learned something today. We learned that in order for the volumetric sky lighting to show up, you need to have the compatibility tab all turned to core, and you need to have shadow detail on everything. Can Windows do process priority? If so, maybe just giving OBS priority will fix the sound issues for good. Here's the... Maybe, but the main issue seems to be that my CPU hits 100. But you're right. Maybe you're right. Like if OBS gets priority, I guess you're talking you're more familiar with Linux and how to do that. What game is this? I don't know, but it looks awesome. And when I panned my camera around, it crackled bad. We'll rather have a pretty game and not be able to hear. Yeah, yeah. So maybe I'll just have to turn stuff down. That's might be the reality of things right now. It sucks. Um, and I can even tell. I can even see it. See my frames go down to 30 when I'm moving around. Am I crackling? Is it crackling? Let me know if it's crackling now. I'm doing this. Yeah, it's crackling. Dang it. All right, let's turn everything back down. That's just very unfortunate, but I'm gonna have to probably turn off this nice lighting and everything. That's the medium. It really probably is just that's off. I'll just turn that off. I'm gonna turn the train detail down even too. I don't even know if animations is going to do anything. Just give OBS priority. Okay, how do I do that though? Where do I do that in? Is it in the task manager or what is that in? I'm not sure how to give OBS priority. In task manager, right click the process and choose the priority. So let me see if I can share this with you guys so that you can see what I'm seeing. Okay, so here's my task manager. Here's OBS Studio. I right click that. In Task Manager, right click the process and choose the priority. In Windows 10, it's Task Manager and Details tab. Thank you, Antirg. Details tab. OBS. Set priority. Okay, good. Right click. Okay, so high. Or should I do real time? Let's just do high. And okay, so let's try that. Okay, and I have the graphics turned down too. Don't do real time. Okay. So how's it feel? It's still lagging the game, but maybe OBS is better. Is it crackling? Or is it better? The game is definitely going less, so crackling less. Don't do real time. Okay, slight crackling, not as bad. Okay. Let's see. One last thing. Gosh. Let's turn texture quality to medium. Let's get rid of normal mapping. That's another thing that could be doing it. And I'm going to do one last refresh after this, and I promise we'll get to worming. I do apologize. The real problem I find is that I can't do this while not streaming because my game runs perfectly fine when I'm not streaming. I don't notice any hiccups. And in fact, the game's not running terribly bad now, like above 30 frames. It's not great, but oh boy, things look really terrible now. But I don't hear the crackling because I can't hear it. So I don't know. And we only found out like when we were watching back on our old stream, one of our old streams, and it's like, why am I crackling so much? We thought it was like the mic itself, but turns out it's my computer's just struggling. Okay, whatever. You know what? It's just gonna look terrible for now. I apologize. Okay, I'm gonna do one last reset. Maybe Antirg, although not sure how much I want to do that. It makes us less feel less alone when we struggle, and you feel helpful at times like these. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for your help. Okay. Thanks, Serene. Okay. So yeah, the game looks a lot worse now, but hopefully once I'm logged in finally and everything's good, should be a little bit more clearer on the voice. Okay. Hopefully better. Okay. And OBS has priority and everything should be feeling a little bit better, I hope. Anyway, I can tell the game is definitely much, much lower in terms of frames. That's kind of weird. I'm running around like this. And it might be because OBS is getting priority. That's very possible. All right, so let's get to this. The first thing I wanted to try is this new rope tool that I got and give you guys a sense of what my rope making setup it looks like. I recently got Xander to 80 farming, and I've been collecting a little bit of Wemp. So I got a whole bunch of decent quality Wemp now, and I'll just show you how I go about doing some rope making. And I'm also really curious to know what the outcome of this is going to look like now that I have this really nice rope tool. I had gotten another rope tool imped up to about 80 before. It wasn't a rare one, and it was doing pretty good in terms of giving me good results. However, I've worn it down now, and it is now no longer 80. I think I wore it down to almost 70. But now with this new rope tool, let's take a peek at what's going to happen here. Wow, 95% chance. So my other one, let's take a peek at what the other one does. My lower quality one. So it's at 71 now. So when I put that one in there, I only have an 87% chance at making a cordage rope. But with the 90 quality one, it goes up to 95% chance. So that percent chance there is going to also that decreases the difficulty of the action because the tool quality being higher up, the effect that has in the game is it decreases the difficulty of the action, and that decrease makes it so that the outcome has a higher distribution. And if you've ever used Grinder, it's like that distribution that you see there is all based on the difficulty of the action. Okay, so let's take a peek at this. So I got it's a 5.3 second action timer, which is not bad. I think the other rope tool was more like a 7-second action timer, which is a good. And look at this already. The first three off the bat Look at those qualities. That is awesome. Now, why that's awesome, I'm going to show you, is because if you take a look at the distribution of my cordage rope in these, well, I used all of my high quality just yesterday. I literally dumped it into the altar and spam casted a whole bunch of stuff. Um, I have 70, 40 qualities left. I have 275, 30 qualities. And look how many low quality cordage rope I have. 1,500. Yeah. So normally with the other rope tool, when I make let's say I make a batch of 70, because that's how much I can carry, 70 something cordage rope. Um, Approximately 25 to 30 of them ended up in the bottom. So that's like almost half of them ended up in the bottom bin. Not quite half, maybe 40% of them ended up in the bottom bin. So let's see what happens now. Because already it looks a lot better than 40% ending up in the bottom bin. And this is going to make me want to make another bin, I think, because before the number of 70 quality ropes were quite low. So I didn't even make a 70 quality bin. I just put everything that's above 60 into the 60 quality bin, and it averaged out to be maybe in the high 60s or something like that. And yes, the quality of the quarters is still going to be all over the place. I totally know. Trust me when I say I know. I do have a really good rope maker on the old servers who has, I want to say 95 rope making. It's possibly even 96 rope making now. I made a lot of ropes. And with that rope maker, I always tried to use 95 quality rope tools. I had a Supreme 95 quality rope tool that I imbued with the rope making imbues. And man, was that awesome. Oh, I should also eat something. I'll tell you what, that like making ropes on that character is just a pleasure. Where most of the ropes come out above 80, I'd say. The majority of them. I'm just going to fill up my bars. Yeah, look at this distribution already, though. Let's sort it. Like, what percentage is going to go into the bottom bin? It's just these four. 4 out of 21. So that's like 20% or so. I know it's pretty early on in the trials to get a good sense of what the percentage will actually be, but 20% so far is pretty low. All right. Okay, let's see. Does anybody buy their monthly premium through Steam? Maybe it's just early, but it doesn't look right. I do not use Steam. Since 1 month is $7.99. Yeah, it doesn't look great at all. Plus tax, but 1039 will be deducted. Interesting. I don't have it through Steam. However, Antierg, I noticed you popped in the game yesterday, and you're back in the game today, and now you're talking about premium? What's this? Is Antierg coming back? That'd be awesome. Conversion, maybe. Okay, it's a currency conversion. Oh, yes, okay. So to USD. Right. But this time, Antierg, gotta be, what's the word? Let's balance, right? We need balance in our lives, and sometimes Wurm can easily get us off balance. Um, so I've been there before. I played this game a long time, and right near the beginning, I definitely got sucked into this game, like super sucked in. So I know what it's like to get uh, to the point where it's affecting your life, and uh, it always ends up causing me to go on breaks. And then I'll come back, and the next time around, I'm more prepared for the effect of the worm addiction, I guess. All I can say is it gets better. It gets better with time and with figuring out how to balance your life with it. But yeah, I'm glad you're coming back. It's awesome. Awesome to hear. Our alliance is becoming more and more lively with each day. Uh, Dude Jensen here joined our alliance, and that was very, very awesome to have another uh, player in the alliance regularly. Um, so yeah, yeah. First time around was way too addicted. Yeah, it's I've definitely experienced this, so I know exactly how it feels to get to that point. Um, I don't know if I have much advice about it. It's mostly about just really tempering expectations, taking it slow, knowing that things are going to take a long time. Like you'll hear cats all the time talking about how this horse market is going to take years, and just like we're going to be patient about it. We're committed to seeing it through to the end. We just it, if we tried to get it all done as fast as we possibly could, it would totally burn us out. So, we'll do what we can, and then if we need to take breaks, we can take breaks from it. Even if the break from the kingdom, we take a month off of just doing anything related to the kingdom, just so that we can refresh and have fun with the game. That's what we're going to do. So, however long it takes, it's going to take. And I think that that's sort of the attitude that helps balance things a little bit. The parser gets a small barrel to temper the expectations. Yep. Yeah, totally. A balanced mouth. Elorm, welcome, welcome. And Blue, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome on in. And Blue Cortina, you're hanging out with Takran all the time. I think I noticed, and also Uncle Pyron. Um, yeah. So welcome. Thanks for the follow. And Elorm, welcome on in. Yeah, exactly, with the kingdom, exactly. Yeah. I know we've talked a lot about this, cats, about, tempering our expectations, taking it slow, having the end goal in mind, but, working at it slowly but surely, and only when we're feeling it, like if you're not feeling it, if you're logging in and you're just thinking, oh man, I have to go surface mine again, but if I don't do it, we're not going to get done. And if we put pressure on ourselves like this, that's when things are starting to get unbalanced a little bit. And Argent Mangos, welcome to the chat. Trouble is paying for the deed while on a break. Have to ask yourself if it's worth it to upkeep if you're away from the game. There is like that. You're right. And it really depends on how long you're away from the game for. It also depends on how big your deed is. Um, I mean, we definitely, I must say, had trouble when we had large deeds. I think Autumn Twilight, the deed upkeep was like 12 silver. And so, yeah, when you're away for 6 months, and 12 silver a month is a lot of money, right? So, since then, we've sort of tried to minimize the size of our deeds. Uh, like this was a big factor when we were deciding the size of the labyrinth deed, because we knew that there's going to be long periods of time potentially that we're not going to be there to upkeep the deed. And if it was going to be 10 silver a month, that would just be too much. Um, so we made sure that I think the labyrinth deed is 250, 2 silver, 50 copper, or something like that, or maybe it's 3 silver. I can't remember. but something in that range. Oh boy. Okay, that's something that I'm gonna have to turn down. Give me one more second. This is one of my kids' tablets, and they're probably gonna come and get it. There we go. Okay. So yeah, we made sure that the deed upkeep was low on the labyrinth. That way, we just pour a whole bunch of money in there and let it go. But you're right, like Argent Agent Mangoes, like if you're on a break and you're paying for a big deed upkeep, it does feel hard. Yeah, and Casper is right. The secret is to set up things so you can pay the game through stuff you do in the game. That is a big thing, totally. And we've definitely sort of set ourselves up here to do that. Okay, look at this. 19 out of the 75 go. I should make a 70 quality bin now, I think. I'm going to go do that because I have a couple spare bins just out here. I'm walking really slow. Let's see if I can get myself to go a little bit faster here. Yep. I have some free bins sitting here. These are my empty BSBs. I'm going to now make a 70 quality bin now that I'm getting enough 70 quality to warrant it. I'll place it in a good spot later, but I'll just put it right here. All right, nice. Got a 70 quality bin to put my 70 quality ropes. There we go. And I'm also interested to know how many are going to go into the junk bin. What percentage now? Out of 75. There's not many 40s. Why am I so close here? And 30s. Okay, how many? Only 15 out of the 75. That's actually really good. What is that? That's exactly 20%, isn't it? Yeah, exactly 20%. Okay, that's way better than my 40% I had before. Let's see, this new bin now already has 20, almost 20, 70 quality ropes. Now I gotta rearrange all my windows. I'm gonna move everything down. Nice. And let's take a peek at how much favor each one of these ropes gives, because this is where things get really good. Look at that. 15 favor for one rope. That is insane. That's insane, guys. I'm super excited about that. My last, like this bin was giving more like 11 favor or something like that, which is actually pretty good as it was. But 15 favor is much better. That's really, really awesome. Why isn't that going in there? Okay, good. Small D to the solution for that. Yep. Yeah. And it's like small is relative based on what you're doing in the game, right? So what I found is that on the new servers, making money isn't that bad so long as you've picked a particular thing. Like if you set a goal, you're like, okay, I'm going to do this in the game. I really enjoy this aspect of the game. And almost every aspect of the game has a market that you can sort of get yourself into. So long as you're like that, you have a goal in mind, like I'm going to start working on this thing. I want to, develop my character in this direction. And then you can look at the market and think like, what kind of, things could I do in that profession that people are looking to buy stuff for, and then, work towards that. I know he decided to go straight for leatherworking. That was his main thing. He did other things, he has his wood cutting up to 50 something, and his carpentry's in the 50s or maybe 60. And same with masonry and stone cutting is in there. But he really pushed his leatherworking, and I think he hit 90 leatherworking. And it took several months to get there, but all along the way, he was making tool belts and selling those tool belts. I think when he hit 50, he was selling 50 quality tool belts. And then, as he was going up, he just kept making the tool belts that he could make. And that's how he was funding things. And I mostly was focusing on the priest for money. Uh, Once Brian was able to make saddles and the priest was casting on those saddles, like, wow, that's when things started picking up. Um, but it wasn't until recently when we started making decent money off of that stuff. But now that we've got it all set up, I think, yeah, it's never easy. Totally. I'm not saying it's easy. It's just, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of work. And it takes sort of, what's the word? It's like foresight. That's the word. Foresight. It takes foresight. You have to have a plan in mind. It's usually a long-term plan. But if you work at it and, it's definitely ends up paying off. And it doesn't take that much to get to the point where you're funding your deed through in-game stuff if you're working at it. Yeah, and cats is, yeah, you definitely have to invest a lot of time and effort in the beginning. Yeah. And it's also hard for newer players to get into this, but um I have vivid memories of our early days in Worm. Like our first week in Worm, we were just wandering around the starter area of Deliverance, and we bumped into this guy who he obviously set his deed up right next to the starter area, and I'm trying to remember what his name was, Jack something. And he clearly was somebody who likes interacting with new players. Like every time a new player would spawn in, we would be in his local, and you'd welcome that person, um, and he would give you odd jobs. Like, for example, he knew somebody who was also new to, like, because he had all the newbies around, so he would get one newbie to hire us to make him planks, right? And because that previous newbie he had taken under his wing, that previous newbie would have a couple silver to purchase those planks from us. Like, so he sort of like fostered this kind of relationship in the newbie area, which was great because from our perspective, we come in and it's like, oh, there's somebody willing to give us one full silver just to make him 500 planks. That was the going rate, and I think it is still the going rate. Um, and when that happened, we were just like, wow, people are willing to pay us silver, which translates to real life money, just to cut planks. Like, that's awesome. Gave us odd jobs, gave us a few copper here and there for this, that, or the other thing, and that sort of sparked our interest in this game, I guess. Like, we did all sorts of crazy things for money. um I remember once we made 100 rafts for some guy, 100 small rafts, because he just bought a boat and he wanted to fill that boat with rafts, and nobody wants to make 100 rafts. Rafts are super painful to make. But the moment I saw it in the trade chat, want to buy 100 rafts, I would go to Brian like, you think we can make 100 rafts? He's like, ah. And it's like, I think the guy was buying them for, I want to say like 10 or 12 silver or something in that range. And to us new players, we were just like, wow, that's like a good amount of money. So it was like Brian, myself, and a friend of ours were just like, okay, let's get to this. And we just like worked as a team to get the 100 rafts done. It took us a weekend. But it's like these sorts of things, keeping your ear to the ground about opportunities and debating on whether or not it's an opportunity that you're willing to do. But getting that money is motivating sometimes. Okay, you guys have been going here. So Serene, I think most people don't realize that they, for example, don't need to own a big mine to be able to just mine. Or you can park horses outside of a deed hitched to carts with a saddle and branded, or you can have an off-deed farm, which is very seldom be damaged by players. Stuff like that can prevent paying for huge deeds. I see. So these are options for like having smaller deeds. You can keep things off deed, or you don't need to actually have a big mine, uh, and these sorts of things. Yeah. So so keeping things small is definitely something that can help with the monthly upkeep. Could also make an underground city. Yeah, exactly. So this is one thing that we're like in our area. We have a really small deed, I would say. So I think our upkeep is 1 silver. So it's let's see what it is. And I have another deed as well, but also with 1 silver upkeep. So let's see. This deed, 1 silver and 4 copper. Okay, it's a 20 by 26. So it's relatively small. And Brian, myself, and my son is around sometimes. And Willow has her house. We have a farm area. We have a mine. The mine is actually going to be epic in the future once I get around to working on that. I have a awesome vision for the mine, and hopefully it'll connect to the Alliance boat mine that brings us out to the other side of the island, other side of the peninsula. Um, but yeah, it's like when you have a 1 silver upkeep and you put in what we got like almost 9 silver in the coffers, that's going to last almost a year. So if we need to take off a month here or there, it's like that's fine. And then we'll come back and we'll pop in a couple more silvers or whatever. Yeah, the land addiction is real though. Yeah, totally. We definitely had that addiction at the beginning of our playing. Um, Autumn Twilight was huge, as I said. And I know there's other people who have even way bigger deeds than that. 12 silver a month is not a lot compared to some others. Okay, so this is another 19 ropes. Wow. Look at the favors racking up there. Let's see, 40s, 30s. And look, it looks like even less is going to go here. 11. 11. That is just beautiful. Now, one thing about rope tools is that they damage. Like, I know I'm doing a lot of actions here, but they damage a lot more than I think other tools do. And so when I repair it, it's not great. Although, you know, with this imp, I might use my priest to mend the rope tool. Because mending is a lot better now once they did the change where it'll reduce the quality by an amount that is equivalent to, let's say, a really high skilled repairer. So it'll get rid of all of the damage and it'll only take a small little piece of the quality. And I think I'll do that because if I repair it, my repair skill is probably not that great. It's under miscellaneous. Repair is at 32. Um, so I'll lose a big chunk of that quality that I paid nicely for. Yeah, start small and expand as you learn to skill up. Yep, that's a good idea. That's definitely a good strategy. Speaking of which, we need to figure out what to do with Ivy's Fall Indeed. Yeah, I know. I've already noticed people have been looting it. All that work tunneling through completely without support beams. That's true, but I don't think that like I don't think the deed falling is going to increase collapse. I think collapse happens on deed just as much as off deed. But yeah, support beams. We should probably get to work on that eventually. Okay, Antirg, the boat tunnel is going to be your priority. That's good. That's good. Definitely would love to get a boat mine on our deed connected to that tunnel and then I, in my mind, that's like something long term. It's like not on my priority list right now. Um, Sort of the day to day things that I am focusing on are my farm, um, and getting these WEMP levels up to this level. And then I'm going to be making these ropes. Um, Other things I'm working on are my blacksmithing and my mining skill, of course. And to get my mining skill up, there's the silver veins over on this castle deed that need to be removed, lest they be buried into the water and never to be accessed again. So we want to get rid of them so that we can have the materials before we drop everything below the water. Um, and then another thing that I've been working on recently is getting compasses for everybody. So that's another thing I want to do on stream today, is showing you guys the compass making process, and that's going to probably take up quite a bit of time. I've prepared needles, but I'm going to need to do the pots. And as you see down here, I spent some time working on my pottery skill, which surprisingly went up really fast. Pottery is a fast skill. I like literally started with nothing, like at zero, like one level pottery, and I'm just like, okay, well, let's see how this goes. Um, I started first by making myself some tools. So I have a clay shaper here that has 50 circle of cunning on it, a spatula with 58. Well, it's now down to 58. EQ newbie for life. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Talking, you like compasses? Yeah, I love compasses. Like, to have a compass that can settle in a few seconds, is like is like nothing else when you're out adventuring and you're lost in the forest being chased by a few mobs. Being able to stop for a few seconds and be able to tell which way you're going, it's like a huge deal. Yeah, thanks so much for the 100 bits. Very much appreciated, EQ newbie. And so we've been, compasses is one of those things that takes quite a few people, or at least quite a few skills. So it's rare to have a person who has all the skills required. Um, like, you need forestry skill, which is hard to level up, because it's all, you have to spend your time out there doing forestry, picking sprouts and harvesting stuff. And can you place orders on stream? Okay, I don't have the compasses just yet. So, and also I'm not 100% certain about the outcome of what I'm going to be making here. Compasses, I'll show you the process of compasses, and you're going to see for yourself. It's not like an on-demand sort of thing. It actually reminds me very much of like casting, where you put in all this work and you combine the compass, after improving each individual component, and then what ends up happening is it comes out at whatever quality it comes out. It, like, I was putting together like a 70 quality needle with a 50 quality pot, and I had, like, I think almost 40 quality oil. So like, if you averaged out those qualities, 40, 50, 70, it would be somewhere above 50 quality. But then the compass comes out and it's like 30 quality. And that happens a lot. And to make another 70 quality compass and another 50 quality pot and, the oil, it's not quick to do that. So, yeah, it requires quite a bit of skill. It requires quite a bit of your time. And then in the end, after all that time investment, the quality of the compass comes out and it's not great. I'll show you some of the results of the last batch, but I don't think it's close to being able to sell them just yet, and so I'm not going to be taking any orders on them right now. Otherwise, once I take orders, then I'm going to start feeling super pressured to get moving on them, and I don't really want that on my plate right now. Okay, so let's get rid of those windows. Okay, so I'm going to show you the last batch of compasses that came out. Where did I put them? In here? Yeah, here they are. Okay, so there's my last batch of compasses. Yeah, maybe the 10 quality was one of the newbie ones, but this is the rest of them. Now, this is what was left over after I made for the Alliance. So I'm currently holding one that's a 48 quality. I gave away all the 40 quality ones and 50 quality. We got 150 quality one out of it. So yeah, it takes a lot. Kind of like cordage, yes. However, cordage is just farming and rope making, right? Like farming, rope making, and voila, you got cordage. So here you got forestry for the olives. Then you need beverages to press that into the oil. And what I found out recently, there was a change that happened. I'm not sure when, but now when you press the olives into oil, the result is capped by a beverages skill. Didn't used to be that way. It used to be more like cordage ropes, where the cordage, like, you saw me making 70 quality cordage, even though my rope making is 65 quality. So beverages used to be like that, but now they changed it so that your beverage skill caps the quality of the oil. So now you need high forestry skill to get the high quality olives, and then you need high beverages skill to get the high quality oil. Furthermore, you need high blacksmithing so you can make the needles, which, by the way, take forever to imp. And you also need pottery to make the pots, which take a little bit less time than the needles. And then finally, you need miscellaneous skill in order to do the final combine. My miscellaneous skill is in the 60s now, so that's not terrible. So let's see. Yesterday and the day before, I spent some time making some needles. And you'll notice I made one needle rare, which was a fluke. But I got a bunch of other needles, and I imped them up to 60. So maybe I'll do a little bit of imping on those. I'll get a couple up to 70 maybe. Show you what that looks like. And then, let's see. Did I put any pottery jars in here? I might have some pottery jars. Let's see. In here? No, it's all my riff stuff. There's some lower quality pottery. Okay, I got 250 quality pottery jars. One took damage, but not too much. So I could use these two to make compasses. Oh, there's another one. So I have 3 pottery jars. Oh, here's some clay jars at 40 quality, so I can imp those up to 50. So that's, what is that? That's 6 jars, and I can make I'll make 4 more. Let's see here. Do I have any clay in here? Nope. Okay, so this is my clay with my 74 quality, or COC. I'll use that. And let me think here. Okay, so let's imp some needles. Let's do that next. And Agent Mangoes. Where's the best place for merchants? On your deed or in the starter town? I'm not sure if you can put it in the starter town. You might be able to put it outside the starter town now. But honestly, the best place for a merchant is in a place of high traffic. If you're going to choose your deed for that place, then you want to make sure that your deed is in a decent spot where people can come to you. And then you need to advertise it so that people know to come. If you just put a merchant on your deed and then don't let anybody know, chances are somebody coming by it is going to purchase something off that merchant is very low because they won't know to come. But let's say like cats, for example, she put up a nice advertisement. She has a horse market. Horses are in demand. So the moment somebody types into the forums like, I want to buy a horse, or they type into trade, I want to buy a horse, chances are Katz's advertisement will come up, so that they'll know to come here. And then we place our deed was partially chosen specifically for a high traffic area, not for the horse market, by the way. We chose this spot particularly for the landmark that we're going to be constructing here, and we wanted it in a place where people who were traveling will sort of travel by it. And so this entrance here is the entrance that almost everybody who is traveling to either the starter town or pretty much almost anywhere in this region, the southwest region of Melody. Like if you're coming from another server, for example, and you need to go anywhere along here or in here or down here into Melody, let's say for the Rift or Dragon Slaying or whatever it is, you're probably going to be coming into this little place because it'll bring you inland to a lot of different spots. And you'll have to pass through this little area here. And if you want to come buy a horse, from almost every other server, you can just come in on the west side of Melody and sail into this little spot here. And we're not that far in. You can buy a horse here. Let's see, we got somebody I need to get rid of. Yeah, you can only place merchants in places where you have permission to do so, so you don't think you'll be allowed in the starter town. Yeah. And there are some places that set up like merchant stall, like a big market. They want a public market. So they'll set up a deed and allow merchants to be placed there. I haven't seen many of those on the new cluster just yet, but markets are one of those things that are just great projects for anybody who's willing to put in the effort to make a market. Okay, so I'm going to just organize some things here. I'm going to put my old rope tool away into the shelf with my other rope tools. Yeah, I'll just put it here. And let's see. Get rid of the wimp. I got my clay, which I'll start working with in a second, but I want to show you something that I did yesterday. I made some new blacksmithing tools for myself. And it's been enough time, I think, on the new servers to have made myself this set of tools. This set is particularly designed for fast imping. Now that my skill is getting there, like I'm going to definitely do some skilling for sure. But let's suppose I'm in that situation where I just want to like make a high quality item and I don't care about grinding skills right now. And I want the item to come out as quickly as I can. Thank you. Oh wait, was that me? I don't know. Somebody else deleted that. I should make some moderators in here to help with that. So yeah, anyway, back to this. And Kirk, thanks for the follow. Thank you very much. Stream crashed, but refresh the page. The chat loaded history, so I didn't lose it. Okay. I know, I noticed that Twitch added this thing. I think it's under some circumstances. You get to keep the chat, which is interesting. Yeah, it's turned out to be such a great location, Griff. Who knew that when we first settled here that everybody was going to the unique slayings and rifts would be passing by there? I had a sense, which is why, remember when we were having that debate whether to put it on the outside or on the inside? So one of my thoughts at the time was, if you put it on the outside, there's going to be a lot less traffic out there, particularly because anybody traveling to the server will be coming in this way to get to all the things like the rifts and the slayings and everything is like starter town, visiting other players. Like it's going to be rare that people are traveling around the outside, like unless there's a particular thing there. But there's so much more shoreline on the inside canal, and it just seemed like a very common pathway. to get to almost everywhere in this region. If you want to go anywhere over here or anywhere on the starter town or that's desert that's near the starter town or anywhere along here, you're probably going to be coming in the little spot where we are. And we see a lot of traffic coming through. And it's also nice because it's not that far from the server border either. So yeah. Okay, so back to my smithing tools. So on my older character, I always had 2 sets of tools. And the 2 sets of tools were, one was for skilling and the other was for speed imping. Okay, so I decided to go about making my speed imping tools. And while the numbers aren't, super high, I went and grabbed a bunch of tools that I had lying around, and I just put Wind of Ages on them. And I decided, if I hit a 60 or above, I'll just keep it. That's sort of where I was at, because any higher takes a bit longer. So this was my second hammer, the hammer that I used to imp my hammer with. Anybody who's a smith can appreciate that. Every smith should have 2 hammers for that moment where you want to go imp your hammer. And I'm going to probably end up having to imp this hammer as well, but I'll do that later. I then also made a whetstone. Now this whetstone that I just picked up out of the bin of whetstones. I need to make more whetstones because now that my mining's at 83, we can now get higher quality whetstones. But I just grabbed a whetstone that I already had and put some Wind of Ages on that. And then a pelt. And the pelt I chose to use was my high quality pelt. This was a pelt that I made and I was super happy about its quality, 98. And then I decided, a high quality pelt for high quality imping is probably a good idea. So I put Wind of Ages on that one as well. And then finally I put Wind of Ages on a iron lump. And I got some pretty lucky casts here. If I was settling for 60, but I kept hitting 70s, which was great. So that's the 4 tools for blacksmithing. The water, unfortunately, does not work for imping. So I'm using my COC water, but that's COC is for my pottery and my tailoring. So you'll notice the COC won't be doing anything when I do smithing, which is kind of weird, but it's the way it is in this game. And so Kierkegaard, you're saying you found one of my videos on YouTube. Those are great videos. It was about the Wagoneer. So funny watching the Wagoneer move one tile every half a second. I know. The Wagoneer actually, I think, got a speed boost. I was watching somebody else's stream and they were just on the road and a Wagoneer was coming by. And it seemed like it wasn't doing that thing where it stops at every cat's eye. I mean, it still wasn't going fast, but it wasn't stopping. I kind of remember like the Wagoneers, they would go and then they would literally stop and then go and then stop. And it was like painful watching them move. But it seems like they got improved. Okay, so let's take a peek at what 70-ish Wind of Ages does for imping. Let's put that here. And now my tool belt's all set up. I think this is all my speed gear. Yep. Okay, so let's take a peek at what this does now. Now, what makes needles take forever? Oh, water. See, water, 12 seconds. So the water isn't going to go any faster than the others. What makes needles really painful to imp is that each improvement, successful improvement, improves things much lower than if you were to be improving, let's say, a pickaxe or a shovel. Needles tend to improve slower than other things. So you can WA water, it's just it will not perform the action faster on a tempering action. So I'll explain exactly how this works, okay? So if you put Circle of Cunning or Wind of Ages on water and use it for tailoring or pottery, it works exactly like you would expect it, just like any other tool. Okay, so it'll improve faster and it will give you more skill gain. But if you put these enchants onto water, and use it as a tempering action, it does nothing towards the tempering action. However, if the item that you're tempering has Circle of Cunning or Wind of Ages, and you have water that is not enchanted at all, and you temper that item, that action will gain those enchants. Okay, so the enchantments have to be on the item itself, and then the tempering action will use the enchantments that are on the item. It's the only skill in the game that, or the only tool in the game that works like this. It's only for blacksmithing, and it's only for the tempering action. Actually, it's for any smithing. All smithing tempering actions work like this. Yeah. No, why it's like this, no one knows. However, it's always been like this for as long as I remember. It's always been like this in the game. Okay, so there's two benefits to having Wind of Ages cast on your imping tools that I like both of these benefits. Is that first off, when your stamina is full and you go and imp, it's a lower lower timer, 7.8 seconds compared to 12. And that adds up. Those 5 seconds, 4 seconds or whatever, the 4 seconds you save on 100 actions adds up. I'd say it's about a 30-40% improvement here, or maybe even more. I don't even know. Secondly, if you finish the action, your stamina bar is actually doesn't get used up as much because the action was quicker than before. So watch this. I'll do this action, and then I'll try to queue up my next action without waiting for the refresh. And my second action is 7.9 seconds, right? And let's see if I can. I'll queue up the next one. Let's see what happens. The next one is 10 seconds. Okay, so you can queue up actions, and all 3 actions will be significantly faster than it would have been if you had full stamina with no WOA. So just all in all, it just means your imping is going to go that much faster. So I'm going to use these tools anytime that I'm not really caring about skill, but I'd rather just get it done, get the job done. So I'm going to try to get a few of these to 70 quality. I'll be honest, I don't even know how much moving it from 60 to 70 is going to improve much on the compasses. So we'll try some at 70, we'll try some at 60. We'll see what the difference is. And you guys can judge for yourself. All right, now that I'm in this imping section, let's talk about some Wurm news. Because Wurm had an interesting post I would love to talk about. So let's get that up. How come that didn't work? No! What's happening? That's my Wurm. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. There we go. So here's the handy dandy forums. I'm actually kind of interested in whether or not this is going to cause because sorry, I'm just going to resize it so I can see the chat at the same time. Let's move this, that, so I can see all of the chat. That's a little bit skinnier, just a little bit. Oh goodness, okay. I mean, another thing I'm looking at investing in is a new screen. Once I get my new computer, my laptop screen is no longer going to be used. And if I get a really nice big screen, I could have more screen real estate. Okay, let's see here. City Hall. And you guys tell me, like, if I scroll now, if I scroll here, am I crackling? It used to be in Chrome, when I scrolled, it crackled my mic, because for some reason it is crackling. God. This computer, man. This computer just kills me. Okay, but it's not, is it crackling when I'm not doing anything? Like if I'm just sitting here, you know, Doing my skilling up. Am I crackling now, or is it okay? Only while scrolling. Like, this experience just like baffles me because it's been going on like this for a while now. I don't know what it is. It's like scrolling on a web browser. It takes up a lot of CPU power for some reason. Scrolling and resizing. Yeah, okay. So I'll try my best to not talk while I'm scrolling. How about that? Let's see how this goes. All right. So we got a new Valorant International, which is well timed actually. I think that this one and the previous, maybe over the previous month, I've been really happy with the way that the devs have been communicating. Retro's been making posts. He's been more active on the forums. He's been active on Discord. He's been really trying hard, which is great to see. I'm really happy that we're getting a lot more updates about what's going on. Now, I know that it causes, I don't know what the word is, but just when updates happen, there's always people complaining. Like, always. It's like, it doesn't matter what the devs announce. They'll announce, okay, so they announced the Ruin nerf, which we can talk about. And that caused a massive uproar. People did not like that. Even though we knew it was coming, like months and months ago, they did talk about how they want to address the ruins before they get put into the new servers. Yeah, complaints, I know. Word is complaints. They just want to complain. Doesn't matter what they do. Complainers will come out. And now they're announced a prayer buff. So they're going to make things better. So, and that caused a massive, massive group of people to start complaining about this buff. I don't think it matters what the devs do. They can say that we're going to buff this, that, or the other, or they're going to nerf this, that, or the other. And it doesn't matter what they say. It's people are going to complain. But I'll be honest, both of those changes, I am all for. I am all for the Ruin nerf. I actually was one of the few who was really happy to see that come in. And it's something that I've been advocating for probably since they came out in the first place. Because the moment they came out, I saw it right away. I'm like, this is not good for the game. And subsequently, a lot of things that I really, really loved about the game were lost. We'll go into the details about that. But the prayer skill gain was another thing, and I recently was complaining about this on the stream when I was showing my priest, and we were looking at the journal, and just getting to 70 prayer was just one of those things that made me feel like I'm never going to get benediction. So why even work towards the journal? Like, if what it takes to get prayer is 800 hours of praying, which is what people are pretty much saying it's in that range. I mean, that's 800 hours of playing that I will be getting nothing but prayer skill. I don't know if I want to do that. Like, that's not something I'm interested in. And then there was a whole bunch of cheese mechanics you can use to increase that, to make it less than 800 hours. Like, for example, one thing I was contemplating was taking my priest over to Defiance, where I will no longer have a faith. I would have to travel to the White Light, convert myself to a ransom faith, and then just pray there. And the idea is that if you have low faith, prayer skill goes up faster because it makes it so that the action is more difficult. And the way that all skills work in this game is that you want the difficulty of the action to be decently high so that on average you're not succeeding very well on each action, that the success happens but not too high, right? Every action has a role that's hidden that you don't get to see, and that role is influenced by your skill, the action that you're doing, and a whole bunch of other factors depending on the action. And for prayer, the factors that affected your role were your faith. So the higher your faith, the higher your roll is going to be on average. The altar quality, so the higher the altar quality, the higher the roll will be. Your whether or not you're in the domain of your god, and that's why that actually, you know what? Let me clear this up because I was watching Uncle Pyron's stream and he was confused because he thought that altar quality did not affect prayer ticks. And the thing is that it doesn't directly affect it, but what it does is the quality of the altar makes it so that the domain influence of your god has a higher power. And you can see that domain influence if you press F4. No. Is it F4? No, it's F5. Where's the skills? Not the skills, the spell effects. Maybe there's no button for spell effects. If you go into interface, you go to more. Where is it? Spell effects. Spell effects. There it is. Okay, so you see this, the faith bonus, and there's a number, 19. Okay, so that number is dependent on two factors. The first is the quality of your altar, and the second is how far away you are standing from that altar. Oh, sorry, move webpage. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Okay, so I went to Tools, More, and it opened up the HUD settings, and I clicked the Spell Effects window. Okay, so the Spell Effects window tells you a couple pieces of information, mostly about the spells that are affecting you, these ones up here. Okay, so you see when you're in a domain of your deity because you're near an altar of your god, you'll get this faith bonus. For some reason, they don't add the number on this tooltip, whereas on other tooltips, you'll see the number, like you'll see the timer or whatever it is. But anyway, this one here. In the spell effects window, it'll tell you the power. So currently I have 19. And that's pretty low because it can go up to 100. But it's low because our altar is pretty low. And actually, let's see what happens if I walk to that. Let's see, spell effects, 19.5. So it goes up. 20. Okay, so it's going up the closer you get to your altar. And the altar we have is a 30 quality altar. I'm not exactly sure how the quality affects this number, but I know that if I increase the quality of the altar, it will increase this number. Okay, and also the farther away you are, the less it's going to affect you. And look at that. A new rift has been reported. So this number here gives you a bonus to all things related to religion, including prayer. Okay, so what that means is that if this number is higher and you go and pray, then the result is going to potentially be higher in the end. On average, it'll be higher because you've been praying better. Okay, but we all know that you only get skill if you succeed, but don't succeed too well. But the moment you start doing things like increasing your quality of your altar, getting this bonus up, you increase your faith, which makes it easier to get to cast the prayer spell, to do your prayer spell. And as your prayer skill goes up, of course, that also increases the effect of the pray. All these bonuses are going to make you succeed far more often and far better on average, meaning that you are not going to get as many skill ticks anymore. So it's almost like the way that prayer skill gain works is that the higher you get, the slower the skill gain happens, and it starts going to a crawl. Like apparently once you get to 60 prayer, it's like you only get a tick like 1 in every 8 or 10 prays. And prayer action timers are really long. So if you're only getting, let's say, 1 prayer tick every 10 actions, and each prayer takes about 30 seconds. This might be under 30 seconds, but not much under. Maybe 26 seconds, 27 seconds. So let's just say 30 seconds on average or not on average, but just to make things nice and round. So what is that? 5 minutes? Every 5 minutes, you're going to get one tick, and the size of the tick is just tiny. It's like 0.002 or something like that. So every 5 minutes, you're getting 0.002. How long does it take to get from 60 to 70? Yeah. Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. So I know that a lot of people spent time and effort to cheese this mechanism to get their prayer skill up early on in the server. The way they cheese this mechanism is they skill up their prayer on a tune that isn't a priest. That way their faith gets capped at 30, so it keeps the faith low. They do it on an altar that's really low quality. And then they put another altar of a different god, because apparently there's a faith, like a detriment if you're in the domain of another deity. So they optimize their situation, and then they get their prayer all the way to 70. Now, granted, even under optimal conditions, getting your prayer to 70 is not fun. You're going to have to spend every day praying lots and lots and lots. But maybe not 800 hours, but it might be like, I don't know, 50 hours. Still pretty painful, I'm sure. But you have some people who are a little bit crazy, and so they'll go and pray for 8 hours a day. And 50 hours doesn't take very long at 8 hours a day of praying, if you're able to keep it up. And so people did that. And within the first month, maybe month and a half, people had benediction priests. And that's sort of how the beginning of the server happened. Currently, there are several priests who have benediction, and there are several priests who have 95 plus channeling now too. And so they're definitely dominating the market. So all of this to say, I am all for this prayer buff, particularly because I don't really think that it's fair to the regular player that they get this penalized, faith gain or prayer gain just because they went ahead and played the game regularly, like getting their priest up and started doing the channel grind and started doing their faith increases, only to later realize all of this was making it nearly impossible for them to get their prayer skill up. And then in hindsight, you look back and you're like, okay, now I'm never going to get my prayer skill up because all of this stuff I did. And all these other priests who kind of knew about the mechanics, who had the know, kind of cheesed everything, got their prayer skill up before they became a priest because they knew that that would benefit them and give them the advantage. So part of me wishes that this change happened at the beginning of the server. Better late than never, though. That's my opinion. I think I'm kind of hoping that it doesn't. They didn't swing the pendulum too far the other way, because let's put that web browser back up again. Let's take a peek at the wording here. Okay, so it says, as per previous suggestion to modify how prayer skill gain works, and Ether Drifter suggested to invert the impact on prayer. So what he was basically arguing was that it should be harder at the beginning to get your prayer skill up, and it should become easier as your prayer skill increases. That was the suggestion. And Retro response here says, we took the time to look at prayer skill gain as a whole and have made several changes in order to improve the tick frequency and allow for more optimum skill gain. Okay, this is where I'm a little bit worried that they might have went a little bit overboard when they make several changes in order to improve the tick frequency and to allow for more optimum skill gain. Like when they say this optimum skill gain, what they're really meaning is, like in this game, optimum skill gain means that you're getting a skill tick approximately 50% of the time. Okay. That is like almost the best that you can do. It's like 53% or 54% of the time might be the absolute optimum. And that is based on all those factors I was mentioning before: your skill, the difficulty of the action you're using, the tool that you're using, and each skill kind of has different things that can influence whether or not you're in the optimum range or not. But it looks like the changes they're making is going to make it so that you actually have the ability to move yourself into the optimal skill gain range, which will then improve tick frequency. So I'm not sure why they're listing both of these here. It says previous skill gain being slow was a problem of the difficulty being lower at higher skills. So we've made the following changes. Alter quality is no longer a factor in skill gain. Okay. And I'm pretty certain and they should have maybe specified here, that they're only talking about prayer skill gain, not any other skill gain. So alter quality was never a factor for skill gain in faith. But it might have been a factor in skill gain in other things like your characteristics or religion or other things. But I think that this is referring specifically to that the altar quality is no longer going to be a factor in skill gain for prayer. And I think that the way they most likely would have had to address it would be to make it so that the faith bonus from the altar doesn't factor into whether or not you'll get a skill tick. So it won't factor into the difficulty of the action. Higher faith increases the chance of gaining prayer skill. Okay, so that's nice and kind of makes sense. The more you have faith in your God, the more they're going to grant you skill in prayer. So that means it seems like for lower priests, you're like lower faith priests, you're going to have a little bit harder chance of getting prayer skill. Now I'm wondering if that's actually what it means. Like, does it mean that they're going to lower the chances at lower faith? Or is it that at lower faith you'll have the same amount of chance, but as you go up, it's just going to increase? Or the final option is, based on the progression as it is now, they just are going to give you an extra bonus on top of what's happening right now when your faith goes high. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's one of those three. But I think the end result is the same in all three, so it doesn't really matter too much. Prayer action resulting in skill will give more skill than before. Right? And this is when I read that one, this is where I was like, is it swinging too far in the other direction? Like, are we making it too easy to skill up prayer now? Not only are you going to have higher tick frequency, but now each tick is going to be higher than it was before. And then it goes on to say a higher percentage of prayer actions will result in prayer skill gain, especially at higher skill levels. Did they just repeat the previous point? Because that's what it sounds like. The same thing. That it's I don't know. Higher faith increases the chance of gaining prayer skill, and a higher percentage of prayer actions will result in a prayer skill gain, especially at higher skill levels. I think those are exactly the same thing. So I'm hoping that doesn't mean they're doubling it up, that they're only doing this once. And note that this change only affects skill gain. The likelihood or quality of other events from prayer, such as receiving gems and gaining faith, have not been altered, which is nice to know. These changes should lead to improved skill gain and less bothering your gods. Okay. So yeah, it's not that I'm worried about it, about the 0.3 over the 0.2, but what I am worried about is that getting that 70 prayer is went from being something that's like takes 800 hours down to something that might take too quick, like too, I don't know, I don't know where the balance is, honestly. I'm not, I haven't thought too much about where I think a good balance would be, but we what we how do I put this in a way that makes sense? What happened on the old servers was that with these cheese mechanics that people were using, everybody got benediction. Like almost everybody. Anybody who was working towards it got it using those cheese mechanics. And then what ends up happening is that the entire server gets flooded with tons and tons of really high quality casts, and it makes it a lot easier to get these casts. And while that at the surface sounds great, right? Everybody has higher casts. What I am cognizant of is the effect that that has on player retention. And like, hear me out here, because this is a real thing. I think there's a real motivation to get yourself to skill up and get a high quality everything. Like get your skills up to high levels, and it's really a good motivation to know that when I get my blacksmithing into the 90s, there's not that many people out there with high blacksmithing yet. And that when I make my 90 quality stuff, people want that high quality 90 quality stuff. Okay, and that's all great. That this is part of the charm of this game, is that once you get your skill up, you can feel accomplished at that skill in relation to others. But what ends up happening over the years that the server is open is that more and more people start getting that 90 quality blacksmithing. And eventually, everybody has 90 quality, 90 skill in blacksmithing. And then you personally don't feel, oh, look at that, a rare roll, but failed it. You start feeling like that skill is no longer making you stand out anymore. And again, this happens over years, but I definitely felt this on my old characters, and was one of the reasons why I stopped playing in the first place, especially in those last few breaks that we took. And they were long breaks, I have to say. And mostly because I always felt like if I come back, what am I going to do? Just make more 90 quality stuff? That's worthless because everybody makes 90 quality stuff. There comes a point when the server matures where all the high quality stuff is just super easy to make. Any new player coming in will always complain now that it'll take forever to catch up to everybody else because everybody's making this 90 quality stuff. And all the older players are getting bored with the fact that they've already made all the 90 quality stuff that they want to make, and there's not really much left to make in terms of 90 quality stuff. And you get to this point where the servers start getting stagnant, and then the population starts dropping and people stop coming back. And this is what I argue happened before they launched on Steam, because like honestly the population was getting pretty low. You know, you would log in and there'd be at most 300 people all together playing Wurm, and that was like a regular day. Go pick a sprout and watch it turn rare, you think? Let's go try that. Okay, so I'm gonna take away the web browser for now. I'm kind of with you on this one, Parser, because I do know rare rolls. There's something about them. Come on, sprouts. There's something about rare rolls that makes it so that things No. But I really think that the there is something about rare rolls that makes it so that they come in pairs or something. Okay, it didn't turn rare, but nonetheless. And Laurie, I am not describing player burnout. Player burnout's a total other thing. Um, right. So player burnout is one where you feel like you get to the point where you have just outdid yourself on the game. Like you spent too much time playing the game, and your body and your brain is just like, okay, I need a rest from this. Okay, but what I'm describing is where the servers mature to a point where you don't feel the motivation to work on anything, particularly because the entire server is full of stuff that no, maybe this is just me, but personally I like the thought that if I make like a 90 quality item, like if I was able to get my blacksmithing up to 90 quality, that making that 90 quality item somehow is somewhat special on the servers right now, right? Like people like having a 90 quality item. Like I love that I was able to get this 90 quality rope tool because it does so much for me. It allows me to cast so much more stuff, right? And that is what's fueling me. Like I'm going to do all this work to get high quality casts and everything like that. Now, I've gone through this cycle before. Okay, so if it was burnout, then I wouldn't want to be doing this anymore because I've done it so much. I've done this so much to the point where my old server is stuffed with really high quality casts on really high quality items, and they're just sitting there. And I don't have any motivation to play over there anymore. Because what is left for me to do is just to make more high quality casts on high quality stuff. Now, it was great when all those high quality casts on high quality stuff sold because there were lots of people who wanted them. But as the server matured and more people got benediction and now getting, let's say, a 90 quality hammer with 90 WA and 90 COC on it, what is that going to sell for? 50 copper? Maybe a silver at most, but like not like these things are a dime a dozen now. Like you can just go to anybody and get one of these things because they're super easy to cast. And that's where the problem is that it's super easy to get these high quality things. And then there's no room for above that. Like once you have those items, it's like that's the end. You don't need a replacement for it. You don't need to strive for anything more. And because you don't need to strive for anything more, you feel less motivation to continue. Now, this is something that happens later. Like it's not something that happens right now on this server. It would take years for us to get to this point where like we're all this entire column at one point or another will all read 90 plus. And when I go to each individual item, I'll look at the cast on that, and the cast will also read 90 plus. Okay, there does come a point in this game where that happens if you play it long enough. And then you'll log in one day and you'll be like, okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to get myself a 90 quality. Wait, I got a 90 quality everything. Okay, I'm going to go, like it gets to this point where there's nothing to motivate you to do that next thing. So the people who end up sticking around past that point are the ones who have projects that they want to make. So I'm going to go make a labyrinth. I'm going to go surface mine the top of that mountain down. I'm going to go, okay, and those people, they're all walking around with their 90 quality stuff with 90 casts on it, and they're performing all these actions at crazy fast speeds because they're doing these big projects that are keeping them motivated. And then once that's done, maybe you make another project and another project and another project. And then you're like left with, okay, what am I going to do now? Am I going to go back to my forge and improve more 90 quality stuff? No, there's like a 90 quality merchant over here selling 90 quality tools for 25 copper each. I don't need to spend my time anymore making 90 quality tools. You know, and this kind of fuels that drop off in population. Okay, let's see what you're saying. Do I know how the rare window mechanic actually works? Yes. Yes, I do. And we can talk about that in a second. Wouldn't the solution be for the devs to give us more skill variety? Partially, yes. And Art Agent Mangoes, you agree? You know exactly what I mean? Yeah. Sounds like you need more things to strive for. Yes. Agreed. I'm going to make a huge kingdom island. Exactly. Sounds like decay on enchants would be driver to keep. Yes. So there is decay on enchants, for sure. And they recently did make some tweaks to that. So that is definitely better now. Yeah, enchants do decay. Yeah. And what I say is true. But I also think that if skill gain is too slow, it's too horrible to do and people will fall. Yep. 100%. So over the years, we've thought of like fixes to this or ideas that might help with it. And I can maybe bring up a few of them. But I want to address something that somebody did say. Oh yeah, enchant decay. So they made a change to enchants so that they decay, the mechanism for decay. Okay, let's say what it was before. So before, you start an action, and 5 seconds into the action, there was a check to see if the enchant will decay. And it was a very low chance, but you know, over many actions, that 5-second mark, it'll cause an enchant decay. But you know, if anybody who's played on the old servers or who has a high level tune, you do get to the point where you never ever see your action timer go up to 5 seconds. Like all of your actions are like 3 seconds or less. And that happens. And so it got to the point where nobody's enchants were decaying because everybody's action timers were less than 5 seconds. So they made a change. So the change was there is, right when you start an action, there's a check. So at even if you start the action and cancel it, there's a possibility you lost an enchant point. Okay, so the moment you start the action, there's an enchant decay chance. And then it's like every 5 seconds that the timer goes, there's another check. So if you do a 20-second action, there's actually like, you could potentially lose many enchant points in that one action. Now it's a very low chance, so chances are you won't lose any on any given action, but it definitely increased the rate at which enchants started decaying. Now, of course, you can imagine what happened at that, the amount of complaining that happened when they announced that. But you know, they stuck with that, and it does make it so that enchants do need to be replaced. So yeah, that's totally true. But the thing I'm talking about is that the process of replacing those enchants became really easy. Like to get 90 plus casts started becoming super easy, particularly with Benediction. Right, because Benediction adds 5 to your cast, right? And then everybody started figuring out like the methods for increasing your chance at getting a high cast. Obviously, having channeling at 99 helps. So people figured out how to do that too. Which, by the way, I never got mine to 99 because I never actually figured it out. I never optimized that or figured out how to optimize it. But people figured out the way, and the way was a cheese mechanic, like everything, where they linked their priest with 10 other priests, which technically was a bug, but they were able to link their priest with 10 other priests, and each link added difficulty. So you can now cast a really low level, low difficulty spell but because you have 10 priests cast linked to you, it caused the difficulty to go up really high. And then you pick a spell that takes really low favor, it's really low difficulty normally, and you can just spam cast that over and over again because you're linked with all these priests, you get to share all their favor. So every time that they get a favor tick, you just can cast it over and over again. So they would just sit there casting, 10-second cast timer spells, 5 favor per spell, or maybe 10 favor per spell, but they can cast it indefinitely, and they would get their channeling up to 99 probably in a few weeks like that. So now everybody has 99 channeling because they did that. And it just kind of demotivates you when you're like sitting at that position. You're like, okay, well, I could go and premium up 10 alts and match everybody, but it seems like now 99 channeling is a dime a dozen out there. Yeah. I don't know what the solution really should be. We've had some ideas. But those ideas would definitely take a massive overhaul in the system of the games. One of the ideas that we came up with was a whole mastery system, which would be a system layered on top of the current systems. So like in addition to everything working the way it is now, there comes a point in any crafter's progression where it unlocks a whole new system of progression, like completely separate from skilling up and everything like that. And we have a whole video on explaining kind of the details of what our thoughts are on that. But even if it's not that idea, like some system, like some people have said, well, why don't we just like increase all these numbers instead of going to 100, like make it go to 110 or 120 or 130 and just expand things that way. I'm not sure if that's like a solution, because all that'll do is just delay the inevitable. It just delays the whole thing again. Like, sure, for now there's going to be stuff for people to do, but what about a year from now? Everybody's going to have max skills again, and the same thing's going to happen again. Okay, but what I think they need to do is add a whole other layer of system, like a whole complete separate system that has infinite progression. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's possible. And by infinite, I mean like not like just endless progression that will last forever, for as long as you're gonna play, years and years. So yeah. And Code Club gets 10 premiums. No, 11. Yeah, I know. I know, and the fact that they changed that so that you can't do that anymore. So don't go premium at 10 priests because I said so. That got removed from the game early on in after the Steam release. I think in October it got removed, or November. So now you can't. If you link yourself to more than 2 priests now, you'll suffer channeling debuff, a channeling skill gain debuff. Okay, Drogo, still a big thing, but maybe smaller. Introduce cartography, glass blowing, etc. That way there's so much more to skill up. I mean, there was a time when the devs started doing these sorts of things. Like archaeology was added around, and the whole cooking update, like I think though the problem with this is that each one of those skills only hits a niche in the population, right? Like not everybody's going to be skilling up their archaeology. It'll definitely help with it. There's going to be some people who love archaeology, and those people will take off with that skill. Like if they make glass blowing, what percentage of the population is going to spend their time on glass blowing, right? And then there's the other issue of, well, what happens when enough percentage of the population gets to 99 glass blowing? And then the whole thing, we're back to the beginning again. Like there's There's people who get their archaeology all the way up to 99 or whatever, and they're doing the whole archaeology thing. And you see them on the forums. They're selling their archaeology statuettes and the masks and all that stuff, all the great cool stuff that comes out of archaeology. And yes, totally great addition. Definitely adds time for people to spend in the game on things that are different. But again, you get to that point in the game again where all of a sudden everybody has all the statues that they would want. And they can't add skills fast enough. That's another thing, right? Like these two skills that you listed here are the two that are going around right now. Everybody's talking about cartography, glass blowing. Another one that might be talked about is taxidermy or alchemy, maybe expand the alchemy system, right? But once you get to a certain, like, you go down that list, like name as many new skills that you can think of that could be added to the game. That list doesn't actually get that deep before you run out of ideas. Right. There isn't an ultimate solution. But what I think a solution to this should look like a little bit more than, let's say, adding these skills, is to add a progression system that is layered on top of everything. Like one more system, add one system that addresses every single skill in the game that allows further progression within that skill. And then that progression system has lots of different specialization branches. So let's say, for example, I'm a blacksmith. Okay. Once I get to, let's say, 70 blacksmithing, I unlock a new progression system, path down blacksmithing that will allow me to, let's say, augment, for lack of a better word, the things that I'm making in a particular way. And there's, let's say 50 different ways I can augment a skill, but I have to sort of pick one of them to progress down. And then I'll pick another one to progress down. And over time, I'm like unlocking different ways to augment my gear. And as I level up in this progression system, maybe I can now augment them more, like with more augments, with high, just make a system that's layered on top of all of this so that it adds more progression down each one of the current skills. And what would be nice about this kind of addition would be that everybody will now feel the effect of it. Not just those people who want to do glass blowing, let's say, but everybody who's a blacksmith will have countless options of progression now. And everybody who's a carpenter, fine carpenter, like every skill now is going to have its own sort of deep progression system layered on top of the current one. Again, like the word augment, I agree is fluffy, and I'm not saying I have this worked out 100% perfectly in my mind. But when I say augment, I just mean something that will give the item a characteristic similar to the way that the rune system works. I mean, there is definite problems with this idea in that Wurm has already tried to do these sorts of things, like these augments with runes, and enchants are another way of augmenting, and imbues is another way of augmenting, right? Like we have all these already in place systems, and I almost feel like those systems were put in place to try to alleviate this, but the problem is there's no progression within any of those systems, right? There's no, like when I go and get an imbue and put it on an item, it's not like my character has progressed in some way that allows this to get better in any way. It's like I just buy the imbue and put it on my item, done. And I don't have to worry about moving through a new progression system that will get me to better unlock things. So when I say augmentation, I mean like basically the same kind of thing as runes and imbues are currently. But imagine if that system was put in place in a different way. Like we went back in time before they put those things in, and we layered a whole system on top of this where you can imbue an item to be better in a way, but it's dependent on your skill, and that you have to like progress through a system that, again, I'm being fluffy about this because I haven't fully worked out this entire system, but I think the general idea is that just more progression for everybody is the way to go, you know? I mean, it's definitely for the people who stay because they want to keep working on their skill, right? Like if I log in, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get that last point in blacksmithing. Look how close I am to 80, guys. It's like I'm definitely that type of player who loves watching numbers go up and who loves watching me get better at stuff. And I love progressing my character. Like now my character's an 80 blacksmith, right? Like, and it's like it fuels me to keep pushing. Like I like improving my character, and that's a good portion of the reason why I love playing this game. Which might be the reason why when I get to that point where all of my numbers are all the way up at the top and I log in and I'm like, okay, am I going to push that 99.81 to 99.82 today? Like, I don't know. And not everybody plays that way. I know that not everybody is that type of player. But I do know a lot of people who play this game are that type of player, who the types of players who like to grind their numbers up, and then the problem ends up being when the numbers are all the way up the top, then there's no more fun in that, which is why I love the restart, right? Like we started on this fresh new server where all the numbers were back at the beginning, and I'm like, yes, this is the thing that's going to keep me playing for a while now, watching those numbers go up again and knowing that out there there isn't those people who have 99 everything yet, and like we're all progressing together. It's like that sense of community, progressing together. Everybody's like the fact that I was able to find somebody with 90 fine carpentry, that's special still here on this server, right? I paid 4 silver for this 990 imp. Okay, 4 silver because of the amount I value that 90 quality imp. That is huge value to me right now on this server, right? You look in the old servers and you ask for a 90 quality imp, people do that for free sometimes. Oh, 90 quality? That's like, okay. Like, toss me maybe 50 copper at most for a 90 quality imp now. And yeah, I don't know. Right, and I know Drogo's like, not everybody's like that. So you're like a player likes to decorate and make the deed look how you want, and change it to look even better, and then again, yeah. And see, for you, what the devs need to add, and this is another area that definitely I feel that the devs need to address, is the number of decorational items needs to get improved, like a lot. I mean, Wurm has come a long way, definitely, but it just definitely feels like slow progression in that respect with decorational items. I think that was a central conversation that Cass was having yesterday. Is more FPS, yeah. Well, okay, sure, but aside from the FPS problems, you know, like they can always optimize things. They can always spend time optimizing. I missed a couple of sentences here. The game has been out for years ago, though. Why haven't they put these ideas in or tested it? Yeah. One thing you have to understand is that this game is run by a very small dev team. So putting in new features takes a lot of time. And then it's like the devs have all these things they would love to put in, but then they have to pick the thing that they're going to work on, and then they have to spend months and months working on it. And then when they're done that, they look at their list again, and like the priorities maybe changed, or it's like, and you have to also understand that this dev team has done wonders in terms of upgrading this game and making it better and better and better. And it hasn't stopped. Like they keep developing this game. But it does come down to resources and time and where they want to put their effort towards. It's also about picking the low-hanging fruit, right? to implement a system that layers on top of the current system that addresses everything that I just discussed would take a long time. Let's suppose they're going to say, okay, we can do that. It'll take a year and a half. Okay, would you be willing to wait a year and a half where no development is going to happen for a year and a half because they're working on this massive system? And then, maybe that investment of time doesn't pay off because they lost their entire population over the course of that year and a half. And so the dev team definitely has to pick strategically what they're going to work on based on how long they anticipate it's going to take and all sorts of things like that. So, yeah. And Parser, I think I'm just describing another system that the same people will optimize and cheese and inflate until that becomes equally saturated. Maybe. Maybe you're right. But if they make that system just as deep and just as much progression as the current system, at least it'll add that much time to everybody's playtime. Right? Like, let's say somebody normally plays for 3 or 4 years and then they get to that point where they're like done. Well, imagine there's another system that allows 3 or 4 more years on top of that. And you do that for everybody, not just those who like archaeology, let's say. Right? Like, you do that for every single skill in the game. Yeah. Again, I'm talking about a system that would take a long time for them to implement, but it's like wishful thinking, I guess. So Garrus, Star Wars Galaxy says, superb crafting system. Getting master skill was just the beginning. The difference in quality of item from a fresh master weaponsmith to a master weaponsmith that actually played and worked on his weaponsmithing is insane. That sounds cool. Right. So like, imagine they made a thing where like a 95 skilled blacksmith, well, that's just the beginning, right? Just imagine that. You get to 95 and you're just at the start of your journey. And you do that for every single skill in the game. Yeah, Star Wars Galaxy's crafting and economic systems were awesome. Yeah, you do feel the devs are slow at development. So, okay, another thing, and I have been guilty of being unfair to the devs in the past in this regard. And I do feel bad because I know that my opinion sometimes influences other people's opinions. And then next thing you know, the devs get flack for something that I would have said on the stream. So I want to be very clear about my feelings about the devs. There have been quite a few changes to the dev team over the years, right? Like, there was a time where Rolf was the one who's developing almost everything, and then that got moved off to other developers. And there have been so many different developers that went through. Like, the guy who put in the multi-story system, his name was Zakul, I think, and he was a volunteer dev. He might have got paid something or another, I'm not sure, but he wasn't like a full-time dev. But he made the entire multi-story system and was awesome. And then we have Titch, who put in the whole cooking system and the bridges, and she was also a volunteer dev, possibly was paid something or another, but she was never a full-time hired dev, right? And so Rolf, at the time, he spent his time working on bigger projects. Like, he worked on making Epic a thing, which, that was his vision, and that's what he spent his time on. And fortunately, Epic never really panned out to be perfectly good. Like, people loved it at the time, but it wasn't it never made a long-term impact. And then over the years, it's like the whole dev team kind of changed. Volunteer devs would come and go. Buddha got put in as the lead project manager at one point, and under his management, a new development cycle was put in place. A new news cycle was put into place. Like, he got things sort of like moving in this way. And I think with his management, he got really good at figuring out the flow of how to go about releasing stuff just enough that keeps people interested, and how to spend longer periods of time working on bigger projects, and he got this flow down, right? So like that lasted several years, and we were going through lots of updates, and I remember Samuel came on board as a junior dev, um, and he started doing things amazingly. Like one of the changes Samuel made early on was, you see like the tile outline. Okay, that always used to be this blaring blue thick line, and he added the feature that allows you to change the color of that and make it thinner or more opaque, or change the opacity on it, right? Like that was such a small change, but to me it made such a big difference. And he also added in a whole bunch of like graphical updates. He did work on the water, and it almost seemed like Samuel was just like on fire, like making all these like little changes. He made the water do whole new water system, made the water look amazing, and the waves in the water were happening, and I think even the boat swaying and that sort of stuff were added. He added normal mapping, and just things were just like going flying, right? In terms of like update after update after update, and the game just got better and better and better. I'm not sure what happened, but Buddha no longer was the lead project manager at one point. I'm not sure why. He's never mentioned it. This, what happened. He's always been very careful with his words. He doesn't want to say things that would paint the game in a bad light, I guess. All I know is that something happened and he left, and he had said, Reganation, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Reganation, welcome. Thank you. And looks like you gifted a sub to Catspur. Very nice. Thank you. So yeah, Buddha became sort of like, he stepped down, and I don't think he's really developing the game anymore. But he's in the background there. He's around on Discord and stuff. And at that time, Samuel got put into the lead project manager role. And when a change like this happens, it's obvious that there's going to be time to adjust, right? Like you can't expect a new person going into that role is going to have all that knowledge to get the cycle of the development systems to go. And so there was like an adjustment period. Of course, like the vision for where the game is headed needs to sort of like be formulated by Samuel, and he'll have his own vision for how the progression of this game should move. And then there's going to be a lot of flack from the community. So yeah, I'm not sure. Like in this game, when you are a developer, you have to have a real thick skin, because there seems to be a little bit more intimacy between the community and the devs in this game, where it almost feels like you can send a message to the developer and they'll respond back to you, like personalized, because there's like a smaller population in this game than most other games. And you'll see the developers chatting in Discord, and you can chat with them, and there's a lot of players who will have a personal line of communication with the devs so they can plant their ideas in the developers' heads, and that sort of thing always happens in Wurm. And then there's always just complainers, like people who just complain about everything and give the devs a real hard time. And when you're a developer and you spend a lot of your effort and time putting some system into the game, and then all of a sudden everybody hates it. Not only do they hate it, they hate the way you implemented this, that, or the other thing, but also it took forever to implement this, and you didn't put it on test, and why didn't you fix all the bugs? And that could really reduce your motivation to keep working on this system. So yeah, it's kind of like I know that Simul had to make some like there was definitely an adjustment period moving into that project manager lead. At the same time, shortly after, I don't know actually how shortly after, but sometime after, maybe within a year, Rolf announces that he's selling the game. So now he sells it to a company, so new upper management, who. So there's now this new other thing to get adjusted to. You know, the funding for the game, like the way that the money is going to be used, is all going to change at this point, and there's going to be new flows of the way things are working. And so more adjustments happening. Not only that, the dev team is only working on the Steam launch at that point, right? So we're talking about moving into the end of 2019. This Steam launch idea was presented to the community, and the devs are just putting in all their effort and time into that. And of course, other things like the UI got worked on at that time. I'm definitely feeling like the community did not have a positive feedback on the new UI system, which I know was something that Semul was heading up, and that whenever you pouring in a lot of effort into a system that doesn't get good feedback, that definitely will knock you down a rung. Yeah, and Katz is saying it right. At the end of the day, the devs are just fellow Wormians who just love the game and want to keep it going, for sure. Like this, not many games out there have that kind of commitment from a development team, right? I look at Life is Feudal and how I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but now they're closing the game, and it's like, I know for a fact that the developers, if it was up to the developers of this game will never close under any circumstance, because they're just so passionate about it. Okay, for a development team to shut down their game, that just speaks volumes to the level of commitment that they have to the game. Like if they had half the level of commitment to their game that the Wurm devs have, they definitely would never have closed it down. They would have fought tooth and nail for it. Like, unless it was something like they got sued or something, I don't even know. Right, and then that, exactly. So that's a question for Game Chess Group. That's true. So now things have changed in that it's no longer owned by Rolf anymore. It's owned by Game Chess Group, so things are a little bit different there, and it seems a little bit more uppity. You know, like, I don't know how to put it, but like, stock market is a big deal, and like their stocks in the company plays a bigger factor than their passion for the game. Okay, so Samul is working his hardest to get approvals for new hires. So interesting. So it seems like Game Chess Group is the one who we need to convince now. Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to go back up a bit because I missed a bunch. Yeah, the default outline color is really jarring. You went for a gray. Gray is interesting. That's an interesting color. I went for this like orangey brown. I always want to like play around with this. Somebody, I think it was Serene, had it at purple, and I kind of liked that idea. The one thing I need is that I need to be able to see it in most circumstances. So I found the orange I was able to see it everywhere, but it's not as jarring as the bright blue. Okay, and Sipiku, you're saying my guess is he was not down with the Steam launch and all that meant. Maybe you're speaking about Buddha now. Looks like I missed a lot. Actually, I'm going to keep going up here. Wow, I missed so much. I'm sorry, guys. I just went on a rant there for a while. Okay. Okay, so yeah, but we circle back to the same problem. Not enough devs to work on optimizing the content. Yeah. Yeah. Not enough devs. That's definitely true. I mean, I feel like we need to prove to Game Chess Group that this will be a profitable endeavor to keep things going. So it might be that right now they're not fully convinced about that. Okay, then came the CU, and I lost billions of credits in stock value overnight. Not sure what the CU is, but I can only imagine the crash of 2008, maybe. Why couldn't they take some really popular, already built-in Wurm Unlimited mods and repurpose them? They could, although Wurm Unlimited works differently than Wurm Online, and also a lot of the Wurm Unlimited mods are like patches. How do they put it? It's like they're not hard-coded. They're like codes that are on top of the code, and that'll just make things more spaghetti-like. A lot of the times the devs will say things like, those mods work well when the server like has 30 people on it, 10, 12 people, or whatever. In smaller situations where, there aren't people out there trying to break the game, but just playing it regularly. But in this game, in Wurm Online, there are people like literally trying to break the game. They're pushing it to its limits. And when you have tons of people pushing the game to its limits, you need to make sure that the systems in place are like robust enough. So yeah, it does take a little bit more time to get a Wurm Unlimited mod to come into Wurm Online for that reason. Drogos, maybe they should answer people that said that they were willing to help. Does it not really feel like they're doing their best when they didn't even bother to answer people? Yeah. Especially when there's people who are willing to help for free. Yeah. People devour content and then complain there's nothing to do. Yeah, I know. I watched a video about that recently. It's like people that like if you buy a single player role-playing game and it gives you 40 hours of amazing content, you're like, yeah, 40, like that was the best 40 hours. I would be willing to pay $80 for that. And then you go into like WoW, where people pour in thousands of hours, and then at the end of the thousands of hours, they're like, man, this game has no content. Yeah. There's like literally no there's no such thing as unlimited content, that's for sure. Okay, I must have missed some of these. These are out of context. I can't tell what the context is anymore, so I'm gonna skip over them. You cry every time you imagine how much Samuel spent developing Head Bob, though. I know. Oh man, does anybody use Head Bob? I'm curious to know. Personally, it makes me a little bit seasick. Like I get a little bit of motion sickness whenever the head bob is going, especially if it's like repetitive over and over. So yeah. Okay, getting closer to catching up. I think he said on Fab Stream that he's still a dev, but had not worked on anything since this. Yeah, he's definitely still a dev. He's definitely back in the background. And from his position, I bet you, if he was interested and wanted to spend some of his free time developing something in Wurm, he could, and it would probably get put in, because of his reputation and just his position. Dev bashing is a game culture since Twitch was born. I know. I'm trying my best to be better at it. I'm not doing that anymore. Definitely am guilty of giving out some flack. Speaking of tests, did Retro hinted that we would get an event for the combat? Yeah, he did hint at that. Although I don't know what event means. What is his thoughts on that? I don't know. But it'll probably be like, hey, everybody come on in on test, and we'll have some stuff going on the test server. Like maybe they can have some GMs spawn in a whole bunch of mobs, and everybody who's on test can just like hang out there and have some fun. Or maybe it'll be like sparring matches, or I don't know, something like that is what I'm thinking. Yeah, especially if you're a volunteer, literally sacrificing your free time for the good of the game, then people crap all over that. Yeah, I know. Brian had that experience when he did all that work for the sounds in the game. And then the new emotes, like he spent all this time recording the emotes. And he wanted them to be different, honestly. Like he had all these great ideas for how he wanted the emotes to be put in. He wanted to make a whole different set of emotes for different voices, and then at the beginning you can choose which voice you want. He had all these ideas, but he was very constrained by what the devs were willing to put in at the time. And he made, like the hello, how are you? He did like 30 iterations of that, all different intonations. And then he like did surveys, like he got people to like listen to a whole bunch of them and say, which one do you like the best? Which one do you like the second best? And he did that like tons of people. And, then he narrowed it down to like the 5 best, and he gave them to the devs, and the devs chose the one that they wanted of the best of the best. But it turns out, and this is what Brian said to me at the time, like he felt the devs just chose the one that was closest to the original one that was there before. Like the hello, how are you? Like the voice before that also had that same intonation. The hello, how are you? It was just a different voice. And it was much less good. It wasn't as good quality for sure. But I think at the end of all that, Brian felt disappointed at what got chosen to be put into the game of the clips that he picked. He wanted there to be so many more options and so many more emotes, and in the end it just and then when they got put in, everybody hated them. Like everybody, it was just like a massive backlash on these new emotes. Everybody just was like, why would you change the emotes? These are the biggest crappy emotes there are, blah blah blah. It's just like tons of threads on it. And at the end of all this, like Brian was just like, like I'm not even getting paid to do this. I'm just doing this because I want this to be better. And it definitely has discouraged him from doing more work for it. Casper, that's the thing. Why not pay the devs? They definitely had the money after the Steam launch. It feels like they have not put any of that money back into the game development for new hires, still leeching volunteer work. It is true, but you got to remember this is not the devs' choice anymore. This is Game Chess Group's choice, and Game Chess Group is a corporation that have stockholders and a board and people that they need to appease. And if they go spending money willy-nilly on things, they have to justify that that's going to translate into more money back. And it's hard to know whether or not hiring another dev is going to make the money back. At the end of the day, the devs are fellow worm. Okay, yeah, so I've caught up to that point. I bet you I'm still way behind, though. So, yes, from somebody who worked in the industry and had a game closed canceled by upper management, this really sucks. Yeah, oh god, that would be my nightmare if that happened to this game. Really, really would suck. They released their financials, pretty good numbers from the revenue and subscription standpoint. Yeah, I did see that. Casper, no joke, but if you have to convince the entire dev team to go on to strike until they invest money into the developing side of Wurm, what are they going to do? Fire volunteers and replace them with whom? Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, but you're right. It's actually hard to get volunteers to develop things because, like the volunteers who spend their time putting stuff into the game and are able to stick it out through the flurry of complaining, only to work on another system and have that released. Like those people are just. Like Titch was one of those people. Titch was a volunteer dev who just continually, time after time, just plugged through and kept working on things. Although the other thing about Titch is that everything she touched went to gold. It was like the permission system came in and that solved so many problems that nobody was going to complain about that. That was her first foray into it all. And then she developed bridges, and nobody's going to complain about bridges. Especially the way she implemented it was just awesome. But to get somebody who's willing to put in that amount of time, like she put in all of her time into this, like it was almost like she took it on as a full-time job as a volunteer dev. And it was all because she loved this game. She played this game like we play this game, just loved it. So sad to hear that Life is Feudal stopped development. You love that game? Yeah. How do you change the outline color? You can't find the setting. Oh, it's, let's see. Settings? It's right down here, under the Game Settings tab, right at the bottom here. It's this thing. The neutral outline, the allied outline, friend outline, hostile outline. It's that one right down there. So yeah, that's there. So Reganation, Adam, what part of Wurm would you like to see removed from the game, if anything? Removed from the game? I don't want to see anything removed from the game. I just want to see more stuff added. I think what we got here is good. I mean, some people might make arguments for Epic from being removed, but honestly, I see no harm in keeping Epic open, aside from the fact that maybe a new player who doesn't know what place to choose might choose Epic and then get a bad impression of the game. But I think most people who look into this game enough to take a serious shot at it will quickly find out that Epic isn't a place to go. Okay, so Casper says, on the other hand, we also need to keep in mind the HS group is going to watch numbers. If Wurm numbers have changed after Steam launch, it's understandable for them to be cautious and see how things go for a while. Yeah, agreed. Right? Like, people have definitely said, and I've seen, it's pretty clear, the population did take a dive for a little bit there. They did do a advertisement stint, and it did, I think, I don't know for sure, but I feel like it has helped a little bit. But I am seeing lots of disbanding deeds, and yeah, I don't know. So at the end of the day, Games Group is a business with investors, so they need to be smart with their money. Yeah, totally. And that is a little bit scary to me, although my hope is that Rolf chose them because he trusts them. And I know that Rolf did say he does have some backseat influence on decisions, that he would remain as sort of a advisor. Yeah, it's not in the graphics setting. Yeah, it's in the game setting. Sipiku, are you in the know of how they've used their money? About how the marketing pushes, they pull out all the MMO sites that cost a fortune, by the way. Yeah, they did spend a lot of money on the advertisement. My hope is that advertisement worked, because I can only imagine what's going to happen if it didn't. Right? They invest all this money into advertisement in hopes to increase player population. But if that doesn't translate to people premium, paying for premium, then the chances that we're going to get paid dev hires is going to lower substantially. Okay, and they've done that twice in this past half year as well. Okay, well, if they did it twice, then hopefully the first time they saw benefit. I don't know. Player retention is definitely something they need to work on if they want to increase revenue. Okay, true, but the actual game content is always better than marketing, especially in Wurm's case, where the players did all the marketing for the game since their existence. Yeah, that is true. I almost feel like Wurm can do better in terms of like free marketing. So what I mean by that is if you go to Google on a fresh account, so like obviously your personal account in its history will have maybe a lot of Wurm-like web pages that you've gone to. So if you search for Sandbox MMO, Wurm will come up. But if you log out of your personal account and then you go to like a blank Google page, Google search, and you do a search for Sandbox MMOs, for example, I don't think Wurm comes up in any of those. And I'm not sure why. I could be wrong about that, but I almost feel like that's how it is. Head Bob makes you feel like, oh, man, I must be way behind in this chat. Back in the old days, that would have been true, super cool, but as we saw from the Steam launch, getting the word out there and pushing Wurm into the faces of players works. back before the game was so horrible looking that it wasn't worth it. Yeah. I don't know, Catsburg. It feels to me that the basic thing you should do when running a game company is hire and pay actual devs because they are the core, right? No devs, no development. I mean, there is devs though, right? Like we do have devs. It's just a matter of do we get more devs, right? Would paying devs to make more content, would that cause revenue to go up? That's what the question needs to be answered. And if the argument is paying more devs to make more content would make more people stay, less people leave, well, then they have to do a numbers game where they have to figure out, well, will that actually end up being more profitable in the end? How is Wurm faring on Steam anyway? Are we paused reviews at least? Not really. Did he make the eating noise? I've always wondered how on earth that sound was made because it sounds like somebody eating sandwich with bones in it. I actually don't know if he made the eating noise. That might have already been in the game, but I don't know. I'll have to ask him next time. I definitely understand how you feel, Sipiku, but consider this. What if they hire 5 new devs and pay salaries? What happens in a year's time if the game numbers have gone down? Exactly, right? You can't hire them and just hope for the best. You have to have a plan when it's a business like this. Yeah. So they have to, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to just sort of skip through some of these. And making peak money means save some for harder times later. Yeah. Yep. Hopefully that's what they're thinking and not like one thing I've always wondered about big companies is that do they take money from one place and put it to the other? Like let's say one of their other products is failing. Could they potentially look at Wurm profits as sort of something to funnel? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Yeah. I mean, I guess they're hoping they can get the most bang for their buck with the dev team that they have, you know? They always have been on a low dev team sort of budget and have always pulled out miracles of like things, but you're right, they could always improve and get more stuff out faster if they had more devs. Toy making, puppeteering, yeah. Notch still sits on the board. That's interesting. I didn't know that. No, yeah, Rolf. Yeah, okay. Rolf still sits on the board. I did know that. Yes. Is also key where you advertise. If you do it on sites, then grats, you waste money. Yeah. Hard to say. Like I don't know what MMORPG.com. Like, I honestly never look at that sort of stuff. And after the advertisement stint, I actually went to look to see if there's anything interesting on that website. I couldn't find a single thing I'd be interested in reading on that website. Honestly. Okay, you can test the Google search thingy by using a private browser tab. Just try it in Wurm Unlimited, or Wurm Online shows up at 9th on the top where it shows games with a thumbnail. Okay, 9th isn't bad, honestly, considering all things considered. Right, Sandbox MMO. There's a lot of new Sandbox MMOs, or quote unquote, will have that tag. So the fact that Wurm makes it number 9th, that's not as bad as I thought it was. When I mention Wurm Online to some people, they say, what the hell's Wurm Online? People never heard of it. That is true. That is true. But the same could be said for a lot of other games. Let me just try that Antrig was saying. Curious to know. So let's go. Sandbox MMO RPG. Let's just see what happens. Right, like you'll get all these newer games that have those tags. Saga of Leukemia, right? Like when you say that, you know, nobody's heard of Wurm Online. Okay, well, trust me, nobody's heard of this game either. So it's like it's not exclusive to Wurm Online. Albion just showed up there. Maybe I'll look at one of these things too. Okay. I don't know. But what I honestly think Worm needs to do is get on these lists. The 30 best MMO games, like those types of lists. That's where they need to be. Okay, that'll be the most advertisement, because think about it. Whenever you're going to go look for a new game, like how often do you end up looking through these lists? I know personally, I always end up on those lists looking for the best new whatever it is. I always end up on these lists. So let's take a look. How well does... Oh god, Forge of Empires. Already I know this list is going to be terrible. Yeah. This is a terrible list. I wish that this list got opened up. Landmark, what? What is Landmark doing on that list? MMOPulse.com. Interesting. Here, 15 best free sandbox games you should be playing. The Gamer. Private tab, you don't see it. That's so weird. Oh, I know why. I know why. It opened a new window. Okay, hold on. No. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, because when I opened up the thing, and yeah, I know I'm scrolling. Sorry. Okay. Let's look at some of these. Wylands. Let's do this anymore. Let's get rid of this. Okay. In any case, those people looking for that type of game that Wurm has to offer, the chance that they're going to find Wurm is low, in my opinion. So yeah, they could do work there. Getting themselves onto a list like those lists for MMO, sandbox, open world, those types of lists. I feel like that will go a long way to funneling people to Wurm Online. It is true, this game is not for everybody, Denali. This game is definitely not for everybody. Sipaku, I think you have high hopes. Honestly, I don't see this combat update being a game changer for this game. What it's going to do is it's going to make things a lot nicer for those people who are playing the game already, but it's not going to be the thing that draws people in. It's still going to feel like combat. It's going to feel like the same kind of combat. Now, if you know how the combat system works fully, right? You have like that how far away you are from the mob matters, and how much higher ground you have, and whether or not you're targeting up or down or left or right matters, and how much that matters, and your focus level, if you're constantly working on your focus level, and if you also understand how like the mob also has their own focus level. They also have their ability to block left, right, up and down, and such and so on and so forth. And if you're already considering all that, I don't think the combat update is going to do anything to improve your experience aside from making it easier to know exactly what's happening in the actual sequence of events. It's just going to make those things more apparent. Another thing it might do is it might make it more worth your while to hit one of those special abilities, right? Because now it doesn't seem worth it at all to spend your stamina to just do a special ability, because it seems faster to just let your, to just swing away. So it might add a little bit of like decision making, like, do I use that special ability or this special ability? And if I do that, what, how can I capitalize on that? It might do those sorts of things, but it's not going to revolutionize the way that the combat system works in this game. Okay, some damage numbers would have been great. Make it a bit easier to see what actually does nice damage, other than, there is already a way to see not numbers, but how well you're hitting. And it's all done through contextualized messages. So, like if you're hitting deadly hard, so it'll say you hit the upper left regions of the Wildcat deadly hard. Okay, that means you hit him with like a huge hit. Okay, so, and then that's the next qualifier is extremely hard. I know there's a couple that are like for the lower amount of damage, like where you slap it. When you see something like you slap it, that's like really low. I don't know if they're going to go to damage numbers, though. I don't think that they're going to do that. It is way too static, you're right. And I don't think it's going to change much. So I wouldn't put so much hope in that this combat system is going to change much in terms of drawing people into the game. Until it changes to actual aiming, then they won't bring players. Yeah, they're not going to change it to aiming, though. I saw some footage of New World, and they did a whole bunch of updates to their systems, and that game looks like it's coming along. If you're into the, I guess like it's somewhat of a hybrid of actually aiming and swinging and trying to hit type kind of system. Yeah. Looks pretty interesting. Maybe they know how to revolutionize it, but they change it in smaller increments, multiple patches, so they don't completely change everything overnight in fear of not alienating the current player base. Yeah, they've done that sort of thing in the past. But I honestly feel as though they can't move to a system that requires low latency. Wurm is very different than most other MMOs, where Wurm has their central servers all stored in one place in this world, and then the game is an international game. So every server is open to everybody anywhere in the world. What that means is that if you live far away from the servers, you'll have more ping than somebody who lives closer to the servers. And then you now create a divide between those people who live near servers and who don't. And if you make it so that timing will make all the difference, then it becomes unfair. Let's see. Catspur slaps enter with a wormfish. There's a wormfish? Hey, Ismith. Okay, you're here now, so I can start. Sure. You were still chuckling today, and so was your son from the cheap date comment from last night. I must have missed that comment. Yeah. Anyway, I'm excited to see what the combat update is going to look like. I don't have high hopes for it to revolutionize combat, but I will definitely appreciate the information that is flying through the combat text window when that information gets put in a more contextualized way that allows me to tell what's exactly going on, that's going to make a big difference for things like going to rifts and just fighting in general. It's going to make a big difference. The parser is accused of being a cheap date. Now, cheap date in the sense that you'll be happy no matter what, and you only need a few drinks in you, or what? Yeah, Griff, let me fill you in. So I have the hydrate channel reward. Okay. Right, but Parser tries to get me to drink without using the reward. He thought he could get a freebie. So then Isma said, Catsford doesn't like a cheap date, Parser. I see. That's hilarious. Okay, so let's see. How many of these 70 quality needles do I have? This is number 6. Once I get it there, and I think I'll stop there. Because these could take a while to get them all. And then I'll move on to making a few pots. So why so many needles? Feel like gambling on some compasses? Exactly. That's exactly why so many needles. I want to make a bunch of compasses. I still have there's a few Alliance members who haven't yet got a compass. I made a whole bunch of compasses before. And I gave them out. Viking got one. Cat's got one. Serene got one. But then I gave them all, like I wasn't able to make that many. I think I had 12 attempts and only like 4 of them came out above 40 quality or something like that. It was pretty dismal. So I'm trying to push these to 70 because most of them were 60 that I tried before. So if I push these to 70, okay, so I'll stop there. And let's see. My pottery is in the 50s, but I'm not really too keen on trying to push those higher than 50. So let's see. The jars, rather. So I'm going to take these 3 jars, which are already in the 40s. And then I already have of these ones, I got, oops, right down here, 3 already in the 50s. One of them's damaged, but that's okay. Not by much, only 2 damage. Okay, so I'll use those jars. That's 6 jars with those 670 quality yeah, those 70 quality needles that I have 6 of. And we'll see what happens. Okay, let's see here. You grinded pottery to 70 to make some compasses, but I got distracted. Yeah. You loving your compass. Yeah. There was a 90 quality with 106 BOTD that was an auction. Yeah, was that the one? Because I'm remembering I saw one that was like a super good compass, but it was on the old servers. It was like that kind of range of numbers, but I think it was also rare in addition to that. So yeah. Oh, you did the cast on it, Sipiku. Okay, so this must have been on the old, yeah, the rare one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's crazy. You need high quality olive oil, which I couldn't make when I first last. Yeah. So, Catspur has some forestry skill, along with Viking Beard, who has beverages, and together, what? Are you guys seeing? Oh no, I see it. Whew, okay, there. Together made a couple kilograms of 41 quality. I'm like, why did that have damage? That was from before I accidentally left it out, but it was only 0.02 left, and I accidentally left it on the floor, and I realized, so I put it in here. Okay, so there's some olive oil in here. That's enough to make over 10 attempts. I think it takes 0.18 for each attempt. Okay, so I'm gonna do 6 attempts here. But first I got to get these clay jars up. So let's switch my tool belt to, which one is it? 566. There it is. Okay. To my pottery tools. Okay, and we'll get these up into the 50s. North Liz, hey Factional Fight, Adam in chat, welcome on in. How's it going? Okay, I also let's get back to this update because there's a couple more things here. So they did announce that when the update will happen, and it was actually a week before the actual update was going to happen. Can you believe that, guys? We got a date that an update's going to happen in a week. That's been a while since that's happened, eh? It almost feels like every single time we get an update, it's like they tell us that there's going to be an update like a day or two before. But we got a good amount of time here. And hey, Atomic Ant, what's going on? So this is not going to happen until Thursday. So it actually gave me enough time to have a stream to talk about the news before the actual update is going to happen. So that way, on the next stream, we can actually talk about the actual, like, we can actually play around with it in the game. Okay, let's see. What else? It says here a combat rework that will be entering public tests shortly. I hope that that happens around that same time. Maybe we can spend some time on the test server next weekend if it does, to test out what's going on with the combat update. It says here the combat work is still underway and our plan to sit down on test with it for some time before it goes live. Or our plan is to sit down on test with it for some time before it goes live. We'll be opening public testing for that soon and work with feedback with the intention of it going live at the end of February update. Okay, so that's good. We got some dates there. And so that's a good timeline, I think. It'll give them a whole month after it goes up on test to get things all polished up and ready to go before it actually comes to live. And, you know, no doubt, even when it comes to live, there's going to be things that need to be fixed with it afterwards. So we probably won't see a smooth combat system until March, probably, but that's sort of the way things go. And then we got this new monthly skin, which is all squished on my screen because I have the browser skinny. I think it looks pretty cool. I definitely think it's really cool looking. It has the open helm model, but with the goat horns attached to it. That's pretty cool. But I must say, I am not really motivated to go get the monthly skins. I mean, I have enough marks for them, but I don't know. I don't know what it is about them. I know some people really like them, which is great. Part of me just wishes they're just something in the game that I can craft rather than something that I'm going to buy with loyalty marks. I don't know. That's just me, I guess. I don't know. All right, then there was Sista's Captivating Corbita Craziness, and we were discussing this on the last stream. This was like an event that I really, really had a lot of fun in. Probably just as much fun as the horse race that we went on a few weeks ago, and we streamed that one. So if you missed that stream, you can go back and watch it. And it was a awesome event. So both the boat race and the horse race, and I mean, part of what made it awesome and just like heart pumping was the prize pool was huge. And so I think he was giving away 120 silver. And anybody with a Corpita could come and get in on it. And I think that, unfortunately, the turnout for the event wasn't very large. Despite Sista's best efforts to entice people to come with 120 silver prize pool. I think there was only 6 people or 7 people in the race. And I really once he posted, I was like, I'm going to that. I got so much fun at the horse race. I'm going to this thing. And so I had my Corbita all ready to go. I was telling Viking Beard in our alliance about it, and he seemed also excited about it too. So he came along with me. And like, I was thinking, okay, if I did that, brought somebody along with me, and if there was a few other people who did that, like, you know, and then Sista has a bunch of alliance mates who also participate in these events, and you know, I was thinking, you know, there might be a good 12, 15 people show up, and that would be a good race. If there's like 15 boats, that would be awesome. You're right, the requirements were a little narrow. However, he mitigated that with a few things. He has 4 Corbitas available to anybody who wants to come and use them. And they can participate in the race. And you know how many of those Corbitas were used? 1. There was room for 3 other people who didn't have Corbitas to just show up, and they would have their own Corbita. They just needed to show up. But you're right. Like, there was a little bit of a narrowness on that, on the requirements. That is true. That is true. There is part of the excitement of preparing and imping and getting things all set up. But still, anybody who wanted to participate and they didn't have a boat, they could have shown up anyway, even if they didn't have the skill to, if they felt like they couldn't participate, they still could have. And then they also were offering imping services. So if your boat wasn't at 50 quality, as long as you showed up early enough, they were going to imp your boat for free. And that happened for me because I only had 30 quality on my boat, and I contacted Sister early on in the day, and he agreed he'll imp my boat. It is true though, like, yeah, I know there is definitely less excitement. There is definitely less excitement. But it's not no excitement because there's still that prize pool at the end, and it is true. I totally agree with you, Cats. Totally. And if let's say you knew about it early on and you had the time to build your own Corbita. I mean, I was lucky. I had built my Corbita before that. And I built the Corbita specifically because my skill, I didn't want to spend too much time with a Gnar, even though eventually I do want a Gnar. I knew that a Corbita would be doable. And then it just so happened that this event happened, and I was lucky that I had my Corbita already. I mean, I was perfectly happy with them imping it up. Honestly, I don't have the skill yet, and I don't foresee myself spending the time to get the skill to imp to 50 yet. But you're right, like, it does detract a little bit from it, but it didn't. I mean, remember, like, I borrowed your horse for the horse race, and it didn't detract that much from my perspective of the horse race itself. So it still was fun riding one of your horses. Yeah, we're like a gang. That's true. It was like we were a gang. You did let it in. Yeah. Sorry, Serene. You know, honestly, this was during that week that you didn't log in. So I was going to ask you if you had logged in, but I didn't want to like make you log in. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to contact you on Discord to make you log into my boat for the event. But I was thinking to myself, like, if you logged in before the event, I would ask. But I think you were busy that week. This was like not last week, but the week before. But I told you would have been my first go-to, Serene, to imp my boat. But yeah, it was that week that you weren't logging, that you were busy. Yeah, just like it two apart. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean, like you're totally saying all the things that I agree with. That you definitely feel more pride in something that you've worked together, even if it's with a team on, you know, working together on getting better, and then you participate in the event with your hard work put into it, compared to, let's say, showing up and having somebody just give you a boat. But nonetheless, I was surprised that with the prize pool where it was, and with the free boats available for you to borrow for the race, that not all of the free boats were taken. You know, I was just surprised. That's all. Yeah, but they didn't. In fact, the person who won the 40 silver first place prize was on a borrowed boat. That was the one person who borrowed the boat. They won the whole thing and walked away with 40 silver. So yeah, I don't know. And Sista, he had run many of these events in the past, so it wasn't like it was unknown. Like he has a reputation now for being pretty generous with his prize pools, and he upheld it every time that I know. So it's true. Like, I don't know how satisfied they felt with that win, but they definitely had a fun time playing. Playing along, and I'm sure that it I'm sure that it would have been more fun if they were on their own boat. However, it was not fun for them, for sure. They had fun. You can't type and worm at the same time. But you'd be a bit gutted if you could sail because your boat was just under the quality level. So to imp it up to take part would be good. Right. And they were offering imping services. So if you showed up early, they'll imp it up to the minimum level. So every boat had to be no more than 50.99 quality. So when they imped it on my boat up, they imped it up to 50.7 or something like that, which is fine. And I didn't notice any speed difference between my boat and any other boat. So it's nice that they give people the possibility to attend even without their own boat. And it's about the fun and the sailing usage of wind directions. And all. Yeah, they had fun. I'm sure they had fun. And of course, I'm sure they were happy that they won. And I was just honestly surprised that not more people showed up. That's all. And this time he advertised it in the right place. He advertised in Town Square. It was a week and a half in advance, so everybody knew what was going on, where it would be. And I know that there's a sandbank as a speed difference. I totally hit too many sandbanks. But he even designed the course to be really super annoying. Like, there was this one area that was just this narrow, winding canal that he made sure that Corbitas could just squeeze through. So it was very easy to get stuck in that canal, and you're like twisting and turning. Everybody's twisting and turning, trying to get it through that little spot. But that just added a lot of fun to it. I was laughing. I just thought it was hilarious watching all these Corbitas stuck in this little canal, and everybody's like twisting, trying to get through. Yeah. Yeah, if they didn't have quality restrictions on a boat race, it's different than a horse race. If he didn't have quality restrictions, it literally would have been whoever had the highest quality would have won. There would have been no. It's like literally whoever showed up with the highest quality automatically wins everything. There would have been no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Whereas with a horse race, it's different, because there's a lot of other things that can affect your speed than just the quality of your horse. No, I know it is similar. However, in a horse race, the path you take makes a big difference. Whereas with a boat race, there aren't that many different paths to take. Everybody's taking the exact same path. And there's not really that many uphill, there's no uphill or downhill. There's no random speed traits like horses have where they turn on and off. like in the horse race, the person who had the highest gear didn't even place in that race. So it wasn't only about horse gear. Whereas with the boat race, there's very much less option for, you know, which way you're gonna go. You know, I'm confused with horses. How long and how much does being ungroomed and unfed slow them down? Right, like I honestly don't know the answer to that. But I know that it has some effect on the horse in terms of how often they trigger their speeds. Yeah, and cats, there were like long stretches, like 20-minute long, where everybody's just pointing in the exact same direction. And what was amazing to see, there was like this 20-minute long stretch where 3 boats were literally overlapped each other, like they were literally on top of each other, and it was just like that for 20 minutes straight. And if one person even had one quality higher than the rest, they would have had the advantage in terms of like they would have been way out in front by the time that 20 minutes was done. Do I still have this on? Okay, so I just want to finish up this conversation, then I'll catch up with chat. I wanted to just say that this comment that Retro put here, okay, I know that it's directed specifically towards Sister because, I mean, I don't know how much this is known, but I know that it's been said out in the public that Sisters kind of was disappointed with the turnouts of all of the events that he's been running, and is kind of like not motivated to run another one. So I think this was partially a comment to say, hey, sister, like if you want to like run another one, like call me because we can help you organize and get the word out and get more people to show up. So, but in addition, I think it also is sending a message to everybody, all the player base, that Retro's, and I know for a fact Retro is trying to become more involved in these types of things to help the community and to help streamers and to help event coordinators to organize and get the word out about their stuff. And that's the whole purpose of the shout box, which Retro put into place. And it's to inform, give you a place where you can inform the devs about events so that they can publicize them through their social media. Okay, so Retro's been doing a lot of work with that, and so that this particular comment was directed towards that. Okay, and so let's look at Tales from the Shoutbox before we close this all. This is Stargrace, I think. Yeah, Stargrace decided to start feeding a wild. Okay, so this one here is Stargrace. I'm not sure. Are both? No, this is back. This is probably back. How do you pronounce? She's a chat moderator somewhere or other. So that's pretty cool. That little terrace there is pretty cool design. And then this is Stargrace. Decided to start feeding a wildcat that's its weight in stake. It debated on becoming Wurm's first crazy cat lady, a veteran explorer, and Wurmian. Yeah, and she has her own blog, which I should probably spend time reading. I love reading Wurm blogs. So I'll go check that out sometime. And then he leaves us with this little bit at the end here where it says, we'll be back with details of the combat update when it goes live on test and might organize some fun events around it. So we're kind of curious to know what that means, and we're looking forward to hearing about that. Okay, so let's close this because get back to Wurman. Okay, I got the pots up to 50. I'm going to put them into, I should have been putting them before. I'll fuel it up with another tar. Okay, and while those ones are working away and getting all heated up and turned into pottery jars, I'm going to try my luck at these 3 with the needles that I made. And what do you guys think? Should I try this rare needle? I don't know. Try my luck at a rare compass. I mean, a compass is only 3 items, right? So a rare component there will give you, you know, 1 in 3 chance of getting a rare compass. I don't know. I already have another rare needle that I made early on, and it's just imping all these needles. Just chances I'm gonna get another rare needle. I've already today on stream got a rare chance on a needle, which failed, but nonetheless. You'll hold the rail needle and wait till your skills are high, items are high. That is a good point, Nin. That is a very good point. Wait till I get some higher quality stuff and I can make some 90 quality jars and imp this to 90 quality and see if I can get a 90 quality compass out of it all. That's a good point. I got to do it. Yeah. And honestly, to be honest, what does a rare needle do anyway? Like, it allows you to imp a little bit better on the needle action, a little bit faster. I don't know. Okay, let's see what you guys said earlier. What? Grouping makes a difference? I think so. I can't say for certain, but I think so. I think it makes a difference in terms of how often they'll get their speed boosts. And Creeper Fingergun says, that's why I don't go to horse races. I know most of them have rare plus stuff, high quality. And while that's true, we did win without rare plus stuff. And we did have decent quality, but it was like 70. Our quality of our stuff was 70. And there were people with 90 quality rare items on their horses, and we beat them. So, like, we did come with like I'd say mid-range quality. And we did pretty good. And the person who won, who beat us, had less gear than we had. Although had more knowledge of the terrain, so that they had their advantage. So in a horse race, knowledge of terrain and knowledge of how horses work is a major factor in who's going to win compared to gear. Obviously, gear is a factor, but yeah, and it was cool that Retro said that. Yeah, totally. I do hope that Sister decides to stick around, because I did see him looking to purchase silver on the old cluster, which makes me feel like he might be feeling like he wants to go back to the old cluster. It only affects their chances to trait boost, so that would make a non-trait linear and not worth the groom and feed is more, or is more. I'm not sure, honestly. From my perspective, it's like I'll groom the horse before the race just because in hopes that it does something, but I don't know if it does anything. He kind of misses once a week streams. Yeah, I know. Although I must say his once a week streams never really gave out any information that I was hoping for. Like, I was hoping I'd tune in and I'd get some information about upcoming news and maybe some behind the scene dev information. But I tune in every time, and it was more like, hey, I just kind of want to hang out with you guys and play some Wurm and just chat about random stuff. But I was kind of disappointed about that. Retro has posted in-game sometimes to link somebody's streaming Wurm. I know. I think that's more about if he's on and there and he sees somebody streaming, it's sort of manual. But he hasn't, yeah. Retro's been around actually more in the last month than I've ever seen him around. So, which I'm very happy to see, and I really hope that keeps up, and I hope that he stays well, because I know he has a lot on his plate in terms of Wurm, and also he now has another job, so that's splitting his time. So yeah. Forgot, what did I feel about the faith grind change? You mean the prayer grind change? And I did address it, but I'll say it again. I love it. I can't wait to be able to get my prayer up. I think it's a well-needed change to make things make sense. I really hope they didn't tune it to be super easy, though. I hope it's still a challenge, and I'm happy to hear that has moved into a realm of less insanity, because as it made no sense that the higher you got, the worse skill game became, and it became impossible to actually skill up prayer. And by impossible, I mean super, 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 super hard to get skill ticks when your skills are high. and that it benefited people who knew the system well enough to know to get their prayer to 70 before even becoming a priest. Those people benefit, and that seems backwards to me. Like, it doesn't make sense that that's the direction that you have to actually get your prayer up before becoming a priest. That doesn't make sense. So I like the change. I hope it didn't tune it so that it was too quick. I hope that 70 prayer just is still something to work towards. So I want to see what it looks like in action. I kind of wish they announced numbers beforehand so people can sort of like give their feedback on it before it goes live, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Tuxi saying go for it. I think I'm going to take Nin's suggestion there and hold on to it until a batch that we do later, because the oil I'm using is not quite the same level as the needles I'm using. Like the oil I'm using is at 40s, and we can wait on that. We can wait on that. I would love to get a nice, high quality, rare compass, and we can put it up for auction and use that money to put back into the construction of, let's say, the deed. We're gonna need a lot of mortar. So you type that in thread. Hi, I'm having trouble getting Drake scale armor sets. Please make pray and give 1 kilogram each randomly. Thank you, but somehow they'll soon get after got deleted. Right. Why don't we just give everybody a Drake set and we'll be done with it. Ismith, he spies a lot. I was a bit freaked out when the server was shutting down once and I posted see after restart while I was making planks, and he said in jail freedom something like, keep making those planks, Denali. He does have the ability to spy on people, that's for sure. Common sense in chat, I'm very disappointed. I'm sure he used spawn trolls on me. That is possible. Glearless horses, best horses confirmed. Glearless? Don't know what that means. He got criticized for revealing stuff on stream. Yep, criticized. Shocker, I know. Did he get criticized by the devs? You mean like people who he's working for, or did he get criticized by the public? I can't imagine anybody criticized Retro for revealing stuff on. Oh, gearless. That's right. Let me read that sentence again. Gearless horses, best horses confirmed. It's not necessarily the gear is what I'm saying. It's your knowledge of the game that makes a big difference. And how often you spend time like traveling around. You know that if I'm on this slope, like, I don't know if you guys caught this. Brian was doing some strategy that I've never seen before, and I didn't know it was actually a strategy. But he was going up a ramp that was like 20 slope. And if you go straight, you're going to go 9 kilometers an hour or something like that on the horse that he was on. But if you go diagonal, there's a point where you can get it to 12 kilometers per hour. And so he was like going left and right and left and right. But the whole time he's going faster than a person who would go straight on the exact same horse. I never knew that you could do that. Going diagonal up a slope goes faster than going straight up a slope. Right? And if you know these sorts of things and you add up all these like pieces of knowledge that you have, you can win against somebody who has higher gear than you if they don't know those mechanics, those cheese mechanics. Exactly. And it's not cheese mechanics, it's just, you know, your knowledge of the mechanics definitely plays a role. And hey, Uncle Pyron, welcome on into the stream. Glad to see you made it out. Yeah, he was tacking on a horse, exactly. I never even knew that was a thing, but nonetheless, it is, and it worked for him. He came in second place, and the person who beat him only won because they knew the terrain better. They knew the area better, so they took a path over the mountains that they knew existed that was a little bit shorter of a path than the one through the mountain. Okay, let's get to trying these things. Okay, so those pottery jars are done. I'm gonna grab these 6. We'll do just these 6, okay? And then we'll move on to something else after this. Okay, let's see what we got here. And what did I do with the the oil? Did I not grab it yet? Okay, here we go. And after you see this, you're all going to know why compass making is so tough. Compass making is one of those things that it's kind of special in this game. I kind of wish that there was more items in the game like compasses that require such a wide variety of skills in order to make them. Okay, so I got this 41 quality olive oil. Currently, that's I think this is capped by your beverage skill, and Viking Beard has this beverage skill, and he's working on it. He's trying to get his beverage skill up because he's making a lot of alcohol and selling that alcohol. By the way, alcohol is great for climbing. If you ever watch Kat's stream, she's up on the mountain and she's like drinking that alcohol. That's just it's just great. Hey Griff, hope you're having a good stream. Hey Moxie, what's going on? I am having a good stream. Yeah, we're just about ready to pop together a bunch of compasses to see how our luck goes with that. Let me get rid of some of these items I'm holding in here. And I'm going to fuel the forge just because I want that to keep on. Okay. And let's see, we got 6 needles, we got some olive oil, and we got pottery jars. So to start it off, you activate a pottery jar, click the olive oil, and create the compass. And let's see what happens. Yeah, endurance sandwiches too, for sure. For sure, that would help. Okay, so one thing I notice is that the quality that the first combine creates plays a huge factor in what the final quality will be. So like you'll see that this one came out at 30, which is like honestly, I don't understand how they come up with this number here, but I guess it's based on some difficulty in that roll that happens. But 40 quality olive oil, 50 quality pot, and 61 miscellaneous skill comes out at 30. And then I'll take one of these needles and combine it, continue building, and let's see what happens. The olive quality doesn't matter, just the olive quality matters as well. So I'm not sure actually how it works now, because there was a change since the last time I did beverages. Like I remember doing this back in the day when you can have like 10 forestry skill and get a 90 quality olive from a tree. That was a thing. But they changed it now so that if your skill is 10, then you can only get so high of a quality. It might be 12 or 15, I don't know. So you need to get the high quality olives, and then you have to press them into olive oil, and the cap of the quality of the olive oil is capped by your beverage skill. Now, I'm not sure if it's also capped by the olive quality. That's the thing I'm unsure of, but it's possible that it is. Okay, let's see what happened. We got a 36 quality compass. But does she drink because she likes to climb, or climbs because she likes to drink? And making fishing equipment requires a variety of skills too. Okay, that's true. That's true. Maybe I'll get back into that fishing thing, because recently I've been doing a little bit of like net fishing and spear fishing, and kind of getting into it a little bit. Maybe I'll try the pole fishing again. And forestry, of course, yes, exactly. Because I was thinking with Papper's skill, you can get max quality sheets from low quality pulp. Yeah, so some skills are like that. Bun. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome on in. How was your Rust adventures? I know you were streaming Rust earlier. Hope that the stream went well. And it's possible, but I feel like olive oil, they changed it since when I was doing beverages back in the day. Like I could go out there with like low forestry skill, pick a high quality, like I'll pick a bunch of fruits, let's say, and a certain percentage of them would come out at really high quality. So I'd clump all the high quality stuff together, and then I'd press all that, and a certain percentage of those would come out at high quality, right? And so I separate the high quality that way. And with relatively low skill, you could get pretty high quality olive oil out of that. Just was a numbers game. But then they changed it, right? Now when you're doing forestry and you pick fruit, it now all comes out around your skill. Like there's a range, but it's like centered around your skill. And you can no longer get like 90 quality fruit when your skill is only, let's say, in the 40s. You might be able to get 45 or 40, like 5 or more above your skill, but not very much more than that. Right, and general incompetence, welcome on in. It's a horde of waving bunnies. Okay, so our first attempt, not so good. I'm hoping for 40 plus here with this combination. I feel like it's reasonable to expect that with 41 quality oil, 50 quality pots, 70 quality needles, and 61 skill, I feel like it's reasonable to expect I should get some 40 quality output from this combination of stuff. But yeah, not going so well on the first attempt. So let's try the second one. Okay, so the olive oil with the pottage oil. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. What is that? Okay. Okay, so the first time we did this, it came out at 30 quality. Now it's 31.49. So that's a little bit better. Let's combine that with one of the needles and see what happens. So that's weird because, for instance, when you butcher, you can get some high quality meat with like 40 quality butchering. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So some things work that way. And in fact, long while ago, almost everything worked that way, except for mining and woodcutting and those sorts of things. But like most of the other things worked that way. But they changed it at some point. I think that was with the cooking update. They changed the forestry. And they must have changed beverages at that time too. Supposedly, if the item that you're creating is impable, then the max quality is 150 skill. Yeah, that is true. That's upon creation. But like, for example, I can go over here and create ropes, right? Which aren't impable. But ropes will come out at like, I could get, if I'm using 90 quality WEMP with only my 65 quality rope making skill. If I'm using 90 quality WEMP and I make 1,000 WEMP, some of them will be 90 quality. Like I can just make high quality ropes this way. But forestry, you go pick fruit. All of the outcome is going to be somewhere around your skill. You'll never get a 90 quality with 40 skill or even 60 skill. Yeah, so if the item is not impable, then the max quality is your material quality or your skill quality, whichever is higher. However, there are skills where it's 3 times your skill. Lower, not higher. Okay, interesting. But see, I don't think that's true either, because if you're doing forestry, you can pick sprouts and you can pick fruit higher than your skill level. It's just not much higher, right? Like they always come out around your skill, but it can be higher, and sometimes it's lower. Yeah, locksmithing can be higher quality. In fact, those ones I feel are like that because of favor, right? Locks are for favor items. I mean, obviously for locking your door as well, but a lot of people use locks for favor. Okay, so let's see what happened. Oh, look, the average is 39. Look at that, 42. Okay, so it came out just above 40, so we got another 40 quality. That's cool. Yeah, you hadn't noticed, but now that you look in the food bin, you see them, right? Yeah. Right, a harvester formula, which I hadn't figured out yet. Yeah, I know, like it's like weird. It's like, depending on what you're doing, there's like a different rule for what quality things are going to come out at. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, let's do a try number 3. Now I'm going to use the damaged one. Watch this. It's like randomly this one's going to come out better than the others, I bet. You use locks for quality locking. Yeah, I found that out recently. Actually, it was like Cats mentioned it, and I kind of remember like when they added it, I remember seeing it, but I wasn't playing at the time, so I never really used it. And then I completely lost that from my memory. But when Cats mentioned it to me, she had discovered that you can quality lock your BSBs with locks. I was like, oh yeah, I kind of remember they did that change way back then, and yeah, that was kind of cool. Oh, I failed that. Create a 94% chance, and I failed. Nice. Yeah, I definitely when I get up to higher levels, I want to quality lock some things for sure. So this is like if let's say you put a 90 quality lock on a BSB, what that does is it makes it so nothing that's less than 90 quality can go in there. So if you accidentally try to put 70 quality in your 90 quality bin, it will prevent you. So that's pretty cool. If you look at pottery planters on Wurmpedia, they mentioned a harvester formula. Okay. That's weird that they would mention it on the pottery planters page. Unless it particularly refers to the actual harvesting of the pottery plants. Because those ones also have something to do with your skill and the yeah, just your skill, I think. Okay, so I was right. The one that was damaged came out the best. Oh, and look, it damaged the olive oil too. Look at that. I wonder if that's worth fixing. You can fix it. Let me drink some, and then I'll pour this water on the ground. I'll move this, set volume to. Oh, I have to pull it. This is one thing that's weird, guys. One thing that's so weird is that if the measuring jug is in a bag in your inventory, and you go to try to set the volume, it says you can only change the volume when the measuring jug is in your inventory. And at first I was like, but it's in my inventory. It's just that it's in a bag that's in my inventory. Turns out you have to actually take it out of the bag and have it in your inventory before you set the volume. And then I set the volume. It's so weird that it works that way, but that's the way it works. And so I'm going to take out a tiny little bit of oil and put it back. Let's see how much quality I lose here. 41.2 to 40.7. I don't know. Was that 1%? 1% of 40 is 0.4. So actually I got better out of that. Okay, so let's try another one. So far, my best compass came from the damaged pottery jar. Okay, note, quality locking is a feature that you can enable or disable per container. Interesting. Interesting. That's very cool that you can do that. Oh, this one came out at 29, so a little bit less than the other ones. That's not a good sign. Let's hope that I get a lucky roll on this one. The compass making is very luck-based, right? Like, you're lucky if you get it. Look at that! Like, boom, 49. Boy, that's actually really good. So far, we got 3 out of the 4 above 40 quality. I know we could get really lucky here. It could be really high. It's very possible. Oh my god. 10 quality? Oh. God. Gotta love random number generator in this game. I almost feel like I should just like not put a needle in this one. You know what? You know what? Let's not put a needle in that one. I'm gonna put a lower quality needle. I have a ton more lower quality ones. Why waste all my effort on a 70 quality needle when this thing is already destined to be a terrible compass? We'll use all the terrible compasses for making some, what do you call them? Waystones and dioptras. Okay, last attempt for today, and then we'll move on to something else. Yeah, waystones and dioptras. Okay, 24 quality, still not so good. And I'll save that 71 quality needle for next time. 46, okay. God, these are so random. So random. Okay, let's put everything back. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is enchant these things. So let's put that back. I'm going to put the compasses in the satchel. Oh, they didn't all fit because the satchel's already all full. Okay, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to move those potions into the altar. Let's see, do they fit now? No. The potions did not do it. Oh, they did. Okay, good. Okay, and this sprout can just go in here. And let's do some casting on this. So in order to do that, I got to log on to my priest. So we're going to have to suffer through the crackly voice as I load up another instance of Wurm. What do I see on the stream there? What is all that stuff that's there? Are you guys able to see that? Test sub triggers, test bit triggers. What are all those? Yeah, you can see that. Oh, I know what it is. There we go. I accidentally clicked the thing on the Liorn board, which isn't open right now. Okay, you're gonna have to excuse my crackly voice through this. So I just won't talk too much. Boy. All this will be so different once I get a new computer. Once my new computer is available to be purchased, I will be purchasing it. And then I won't have to worry about any of this. I can just have both guys open at the same time and stream at the same time. He should pop up in a second. And if not, I'll have to look into why it's not popping up. Oh, there you go. Okay. And I just had to wait. I had to be patient. Being patient. Okay. Yeah, nowadays it's hard to find the parts that you want, though, when building new computers. I mean, all I want is the new AMD processor and the new NVIDIA graphics card. Those are the two pieces I'm waiting for. And it's just a matter of they're just not in stock. And from what I'm reading, it's a matter of supply chains getting affected by the COVID shutting down some factories or reducing the factory outputs. So yeah, I'm hoping things get better. I read an article saying that things aren't really going to get better until the end of the first quarter, which means April, unfortunately, or end of March, April sort of era time period. So I'm trying my best to be patient. I'm trying my best. It's just I've been being patient for so long now. Okay, let's see how much favor do we get here? 55 favor from that. Okay, so that's good. Let's first, before I do any of this, I am more concerned about my channeling skills. So I'm gonna eat some channeling food, which is rotting away in here. Some of these pizzas are so old, by the way. So they've been in here for probably 2 or 3 month cycles, 2 or 3 like winters, you know. So they're getting pretty damaged. But I did fill up just last winter all of these. Look at they're already so damaged, man. nonetheless, I got a bunch of 99 quality. This time around, I actually timed myself. How long does it actually take to fill a larder with 99 quality snowballs? And it took under 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes to fill that up. I literally went out. I only had to do 3 runs. I went out there, picked up a whole bunch. I came back, put them in the larder. Went out there again, picked a whole bunch, back into the larder, and it took under 10 minutes in total. And I only have like 50 digging skill. I don't even know if skill makes a difference here. So yeah, I kind of feel justified not keeping that snowman, the 2 snowmen that I got. And somebody had mentioned you get gems from the snowman. Honestly, I just don't want to spend the time having to go harvest those things every day. It's not worth it to me. So Drogos, you want to try to make a totally silent GTX 3070 machine. So I guess water cooling on the GPU. I'm also waiting for restock. Yeah, also yeah, I know. Garrett's drinking. It took you about half hour or so. Not too bad though. Yeah, yeah. You did the same and got similar results. Yeah, it's like if you just go out there and just do it, it doesn't take all that long. Oh yes, that's another point, Garrett, is that you don't go on the first day, because not every tile will have snow on it on the first day. It's like it takes a day or a bit more than a day before most of the tiles get snow, and then you'll get 3 snowballs or so per tile. It kind of works the same as grass, right? Like when it's low, you only get 1 mixed grass, but when you let the grass grow, you'll get 3 mixed grass. It's the same with the snowballs. So you'll get 3 snowballs per tile that has a good amount of snow on it. So you just wait for a whole bunch of snow to go, and doesn't take that long from there. Yeah, so it is worth waiting a bit. Okay, so let's get to this. And I got a couple more potions here. I should fill up everything, so I'm going to do a refresh. And I am going to turn on my sleep bonus for this, which is nearly full. What did I do with... Oh yes, the compasses should be in here somewhere. Man, this thing is so full. I need to organize this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Internet, don't fail me now. Okay, here we go. Let's take the top compasses here. We got 440 quality ones. Okay, and let's get to casting. So I already have a full favor bar. And let's take a peek. You just go to the step area. You only get 1 snowball per tile, but they're usually 99 quality. Okay. But you'll get more snowball. I still feel like you'll get more snow the more you what's the word? The more you wait for winter to sort of fully kick in. Okay, so I'm gonna have to organize my windows now that I have a new bulk storage bin here with my 70 quality stuff, and we're gonna experience these 70 quality cordage ropes now. Okay. There I oversacked a little bit, which is fine. Okay, but I'm not gonna oversack fully here. I'm gonna conserve my favor here because I didn't make too much. I do have all this wemp that's gonna get converted into favor soon. Now that I have my 90 quality rope tool, which I was waiting for, to dig into this pile of wemp. And once I have that, I'm going to feel like I have unlimited favor. It's going to feel so good. Okay, 30. Okay, let's see. So my favor, I just need one of these. Actually, you know what? Let's go with one of these. So I always sacrifice, then I check to see how much favor it is, and then I top it up. So I'm going to need 2 more favor. So each of these are half, so I'm going to put in 4 of these. I'm not too worried about these 1500 low quality cordage ropes. The way those are, it's like, oh my goodness, I went way over. 2 of those gives about 1 favor. Okay, so I'm going to be at 10 favor when this goes down. So I'm going to need, so 3 of these is 50, so 45. So I only need 2 of these, which is going to be 30, and then 1 of these to sacrifice for the next one. And I succeeded in that imp. Ooh, not very well. So I'm going to cast that, yeah. For you, it takes about 10 minutes to go to the steep area. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, if it's a matter of like just collecting snowballs, just going around your deed area, that doesn't take long. It's like I only maybe needed about 50 tiles or so, or something like that. Maybe a little bit more than that, maybe 80 tiles before I got enough. Frown. I didn't line myself up, so I'm gonna see 3 of these is too much. So 2 of those will give me 30. Then I'll be at 36, 37, 38. 1 of these will probably do it. Let's just check that. Let's hope 41. Yeah. So 41, 50. Perfect. I'm going to cast on this one. And you'll get a sense for also how my casting is going. It's like at 66.8 channeling, I've casted what, 3 times on this now, or 4 times? I can't remember. 4 or 5. $41, and I'll probably need a half. I'll just put in 2. I'm okay with wasting some of these. I have so many low quality ones that if I oversack just by a little bit, I'm not too worried about wasting a couple of these ropes down at the bottom here. Okay, so let's just double check. This should be 30, right? Yeah, 30. And then 1 of these is 41. So each one of these is 11. Yeah, 41. And then that means I need, there's a good cast I'll keep. That means I need 9. Whoops. Favor, which usually I can regenerate 9 favor. Let's just put in 1 of these just in case. I hate having to sacrifice again. Does anything that you do not oversack go into your favor pool? Like you see how I have like 50.4, right? Okay, I'll spend some time here. Watch this, okay? So watch my favor. It'll go down to, it'll use up the 50 and it'll be at 0.6 or whatever, 0.7, right? Watch my next tick. Boom, 7. I just got 6 free favor there. Just for making sure that my favor was really low after my cast. The next tick gave me 6 favor, right? But let's say I sacked and I ended up at 60, right? Then I cast. Now my favor's at 10 and the next tick is 0.2 or something like that, or whatever it is. It's like low. So I always like to get as close to 50 as possible because then you get an extra boost in favor, which means you don't need to sacrifice as much on the next time. Right? So now I'll sacrifice 1 of these and maybe just 1 of these. And let's see what that is. Get price 38. Yeah, see? Now I don't have to sacrifice as much to get to the next one. And this is all just so that 6 favor, if I get like 12 favor basically, if I get 12 free favor on each cast, that's like an extra rope on each cast. And if you do 100 casts, that's like having 100 extra ropes that you didn't have to make. That's the way I think of it. I know this new oversacking favor pool business came in and everybody, oops, I didn't calculate that right. Let's put 1 of these, which will be 7. And then I'll need 2 of these to make it up to 8. So people, really like this oversacking favor system, but what you lose out on that is that extra free favor you get from that tick that happens, or a few ticks that happen right at the beginning. And when you don't have much rope, like look at the amount of rope I have. I'm going to run out if I want to cast all these to high quality. Ooh. Okay, let's see. I need one of these. And sack. And one of these. And that should be enough. So I know it's a lot of little fiddling with the bins and everything like that. I know like what I could do is take all 37 of these, put this in, sacrifice, get a massive favor pool and just cast over and over and over again for a while. However, I would be wasting quite a bit of favor that way. And I am getting closer to that point with this amount of in my bins and with the new rope tool. I am getting closer to the point where I'm going to care less about each individual favor, each individual rope. But right now, with this low amount of rope, I want to sort of eke out every last cast I possibly can from this. I wonder if you imp the needles and the jars just to the olive oil quality, would you still have gotten 40 quality compasses or lower? I don't even know. I do not know. Nor do I want to test that because I just feel like it'd be a waste of time if they end up low quality compasses. But it is very possible. Frown and frown again. Okay, so let's see. I'm only at 32, so I'll keep going on this. What I don't want to happen is for me to shatter one of these, which is also a very probable thing. This is why I should just put in an extra rope or two from the bottom bin. Yeah, miscellaneous skill definitely decides. It's a factor in the decision, but also the quality of the component is a factor in the decision as well. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, okay. Although my channeling is going up pretty good. It's another thing I'm looking forward to is once I have enough ropes in here that, like, let's say I had 1,000 ropes in this bin, right? Just imagine if I had 1,000 ropes in this bin up at the top, right? That's sort of like where I'd like to be. And then once I get to that point, then I'll want 10,000 ropes in that bin. You always want more. What just happened? Nothing again? Ooh. But once I get 1,000 ropes in that top bin, and that probably means I'll have like near 1,000 in all the other bins too. Yeah, that's sort of when I'll get to that point where I'll just dump in 30 of these ropes at a time. What is that? 30 times 15. Bring out my trusty calculator. So that's 450. So currently my faith is 78.8. Let's say by that point I'll have 80 faith. Okay, 80 times 5 is 400. So I'll have 80 faith here and an additional 400 there. So yeah, 30 of those ropes will sort of fill everything from empty. Still failed. Right. So that's sort of where I want to be, so that I wouldn't blink twice at putting 30 ropes in from that top bin, and then knowing that I can cast and then just put in another 30 and another 30 and another 30. So yeah, that won't be for a little while, but I'm getting closer. I'm getting really close to this point where I'll have that situation, and then I might get to that point where I can just give away some cordage rope to people who want to get their feet wet with casting. Are you kidding me? How many fails? You know what? Actually, though, what's good about those fails is that each one of them is giving me a channeling tick. Look at all these channeling ticks I'm getting. Channeling, 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 channeling. Yeah, I already got 0.1 channeling. So that's good. It's a fail when a fail to improve a 32 means that you got a less than 32 roll, and anything between 0 and 40 will give you a skill tick. Kaboom, 50. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna keep 50s right now. I could spend time improving them, but I'm not confident in this priest's ability to not shatter these things. So I'll leave 50s. 50s is good enough to get maybe a 4-second cast timer on these things, I think. We'll test them out. Whoops. I missed it? Okay, one more tick. Should be able to get it. Yeah, and for all of those of you who don't know what a priest gameplay looks like and who might be curious or interested in maybe starting your own priest, this is what priest gameplay looks like. It looks like a lot of failing, and then this happens. Boom, 71 WOA. Happy with that. And as my skill goes up, right, as my channeling goes up, you know, 70s start becoming like meh. Oh, I got another 70. And then the booms are when you're getting into the high 90s, and you're like, yeah. And then when you get really high and you get benediction and you get like all sorts of other things that are helping you out, you know, you now can get 109 casts. And those are the ones you're striving for. I need some garden gnomes around my altar. As altar boys, though, yeah. To cheer me on. Oh, I forgot to cast. Okay, let's see. There's one last compass here. And then we'll test them out. We'll see what kind of timers we got on them. $24. Actually, you know what? I've thought of something that might speed this up. If I'm really focused and really trying to get as many casts as possible in the shortest amount of time, I think you can actually start sacrificing before you put the ropes in. That might be a thing. Oh, I did it again. Forgot to put the bottom ones in. Yeah. Okay, so you can start sacrificing before you put the ropes in. Okay, but here's what you can't do. You can't start sacrificing before the cast is done. So I can queue up the cast will start, but let's say if I press sacrifice, it actually cancels my cast. For some reason. It's kind of dumb. Okay, I can also put in the ropes while my casting's happening. That's another thing. Succeed? 68. Okay, so you know what? Let's stop here. Let's stop here. I got a little bump in my channeling, but more than that, we now have 5 casted. You know what? I'm going to try to improve that 50, the low 51. Let's see what happens. Let's check the prices. 38. I'll need a couple of these. Let's put in 3 of these. And cast. So does the quality of the statuette do anything? No. The quality of the statuette does nothing. Unfortunately. So I'm just using a really crap quality that I just created. Let's just put a couple from the bottom bin. Let's see, what is my thing statuette? 4.5 quality. I must have imped it a couple times. I must have. Okay, let's rename these ones 71 WA. Rename 68 WA. Of course, I'm getting the higher cast on the lower quality ones, but that's okay. And I'm not doing what I planned on doing, but that's okay. Whatever. A couple extra seconds here or there. If you really want to optimize your time, you use the oversacking feature. Just sacrifice a whole bunch and just cast over and over. But yeah, as you can see, compasses take a little bit of effort, right? Consider the fact that I had already imped all of those needles up to 60 before the stream. All I needed to do was imp a few to 70. I had a couple pots already to go, and I've taken, let's see, we've been streaming for 4 hours now, and that's how long it's gotten me to get 4 compasses. I did make the cordage at the beginning as well. Boy. And the amount of effort to improve a 50 quality cast is not... Yeah, needles are harder than other items. They're actually the same as horseshoes, which are also harder. And every craft has those items that are harder. For weaponsmiths, it's small mauls. For fine carpentry, it's actually rope tools, or take longer. By the way, if you've ever tried to imp a large anvil, large anvils also are in that category, which makes them super annoying because they not only take forever to imp, but they also take so much metal. Are you sure about that? If you put on your blacksmith title, you get 10% armor bonus on imp? On horseshoes? I never knew that. Oh, and Zetrin, you said, the quality does affect the amount of favor you get if you sack the statuette itself, though, right? Yes, yes. But nobody sacrificed statuettes for favor. Believe you me, it is way harder to get favor that way than to do cordage ropes or locks or square pieces of cloth. All those are way easier. And chopped veggies is even easier. I tested it out once. I made 50 statuettes. I imped them all to 50 quality. It took forever. And then I used them all in one shot. And I was like, I'm never doing that again. Ever. Because imping 50 statuettes to 50 quality, even I think I had 80 jewel smithing. Like just the time it takes to imp to 50 quality is just like super. Piendio, what about pottery bricks? I did try bricks. Somebody was saying use bricks. Use bricks. I tried them. They didn't work. They didn't give any favor. Whoops. Not paying attention here. So I don't know about pottery bricks. Maybe. But still, pottery bricks, the number of actions per body brick is too many. Right? I think we went over this in a previous stream. Right? So the number of actions for one pottery brick is this. You need to do 5 digging actions to get enough clay to make 2 pottery bricks, is it? I could be wrong. But it's something like that. Like you need, even if it's 5 digging actions for 2 pottery bricks, then you need the action to make the brick. So that's, let's just be generous. Let's say it was 2 digging actions per pottery brick, and then you need to do the action to create the pottery brick. So that's 3 actions. Okay, that's being generous. 3 actions per pottery brick. Whereas for ropes, it's slightly above 1 action per rope, because 1 harvest action to get 10 wemp, let's say. So that's like 0.1 action to get 1 wemp, and then it's 1 action to turn it into a rope. It's like 1.1 actions per rope. One clay is 2 kilograms and one brick is 5 kilograms. Exactly. There it is. So 2.5 digging actions gives you enough for one brick. And then it's one brick, another action to make the brick itself. Do you feel the Vin imp bonus on wooden items? I know Mag has it on metal ones, but I would still be Vin only on my craft for the XP bonus. Yeah, I know. Like I'm on Vin, right? Like my guy's Vin. I still choose ropes over any of the wooden items. The best wooden item seems to be yo-yos, and yo-yos are just way too many actions to make one yo-yo. Not to mention you can't store yo-yos very well. Right? And then a 70 quality yo-yo gives you the same favor as a 70 quality rope. Right? Like I'm talking about with the double favor. So a 70 quality yo-yo sacrificed by a Vin priest will give them double favor on that yo-yo. But that's the same amount of favor as cordage ropes, because cordage ropes naturally have a double favor compared to other things. By the way, boat locks also have double favor compared to other things too. So if you're interested in lock making, boat locks give the same amount of favor as cordage. And then if you're a mag, it'll give double on top of that. So yeah, that's a trick for mag priests. If you're a mag, go locks, because you can get double favor for the boat lock and then double favor because you're a mag on top of that. And that's multiplicative. So a 70 quality boat lock sacrificed by a mag priest will give double the favor as a 70 quality cordage rope sacrificed by a Vin priest. So yeah. Sacrificing high quality iron seems smart. It totally is. Totally is. You would not believe how much 90 quality ore I've used on making locks in the past. I would go out and mine 5,000 iron, all at like 90 quality, and then I would take all that and turn it into locks, and then I would use the locks to sacrifice. That was before I discovered cordage. But yeah. Man, iron, like there's so much iron out there. You can just get tons of it. Okay, so I can tell you this, Drogos. Meditating on a special tile increases the difficulty of the action so much that getting meditation skill ticks is not really viable on a special tile. So don't try that. Right, that's gonna give me 40, and just one of these will give me. I've just been talking away, and my favor is already at 25. But I don't know where there's information about that. I know that if you use that grinder tool, and if you click that little button that says you're meditating on a special tile, you'll see like that distribution just goes straight to the negatives. So that's all I know. And I also have heard anecdotal experience of people trying to get their skill up on special tiles. It's not a good idea. You'll never get a skill tick that way. Yeah, I think I have a bin of iron on the old servers. I think it's like I have a 70 quality bin, I have an 80 quality bin, I have a 90 quality bin. And that's all my scrap, because I have a 91 quality bin, a 93 quality bin, a 95 quality bin, 96, 97, 98, and 100 quality bin. And all of those bins are like stock full. So like the 90 quality bin, the 80 quality bin, and the 70 quality bin are like my scrap. And between those three, there's gotta be like, I don't know, 15 or 20,000 iron in there. It's just like not. Yeah. You play this game long enough and you get to this point where, like as we were discussing before, it's like you get to the point where there's just no point in doing it anymore. Oh, I'm just gonna go out to that other vein and get another 5,000 iron. Like, I don't need it. What am I gonna use it for? I have all this other iron here. Okay, I'm gonna go use this iron for what? I have all this other higher quality iron that I'm using, and I still can't use all that up. Whereas when I'm on like the fresh servers, right, the part of the fun is getting it all up again, you know? Keep failing on this thing. 15. Let's see, that goes to 45. So I just need 5 more. Yeah. Not worried about time now. Yeah, the grinder shows it, yeah. Yeah, it definitely, that grinder tool definitely sheds light on a lot of things, a lot of the mechanics that the game has. Well, this is definitely giving me a decent bump in. Oh. I should just be more liberal with these cordage ropes just to get. I'm going to get to 50 before the sacrifice is up. Come on. Let's see a big roll here. This is what casting like a priest is like. It's like a slot machine. Put the favor in. You wait. And we lose our money. And we put more money in. And we wait. Yeah, except for sometimes the slot machine steals your wallet. That's true. Here, all we're losing is our cordage. Definitely steals our cordage when we use it all up and we don't get the cast we want. I've been there before. I mean, when you get really high and you start getting these goals of like, I want a 95 plus cast of WA and a 95 plus cast of COC. I have 1,000 cordage ropes right here. And you just go to town. You put all the 1,000 cordage ropes into your cast, and at the end of it all, you still don't got it. It's like, man, dispel. Start from square one. Make another 1,000 cordage ropes. Yeah, that's what it's like. Oh, and I failed the cast. That's what I need. I need 7. But I'll probably need only 6 by the time I get there. So I'll put that one in there and sacrifice. And I'll put 2 of these in there. Wurm Priest motto: you have to shatter for your cast to matter. Metallic liquid is going on my dragon scale for enchants. Each piece is going to get a metallic liquid? Man. And I suppose it's possible that each piece might need more than one metallic liquid. Because it only absorbs 1 shatter chance, right? I'll just use up all my cordage here. And I just made it today. And I'll just do a massive cordage rope making blitz. 10 damages or 1 full shatter. What happens if like you damage it once and then shatter? Does it still protect it? Or does 1 damage ruin the protection from the shatter? Okay, the shatter will still be protected. So you can damage it like 9 times and then a shatter might have happened and then that it still protects it as long as there's still some charges of damage on it. I oversacked somehow. Wasn't paying attention. How much did I oversack? Not by much. Yeah, okay. So it's good that that metallic liquid works that way. Frown, frown, frown. Let's put these in here. Let's do something here. Let's just dump a whole bunch of quarters ropes in here. I'll dump all these ones in there. Let's see how much favors that give me. 350 favor. Okay. Let's do this. So that 350 favor will first go to fill up this bar, and then the rest is going to end up in my favor sacking pool. So I'll show you how that works. Okay. So up here, see this pending favor, 305 favor. Okay, so 45 favor went into here. The rest went up to here. I can fill up to 5 times my favor. So whatever this number here, or faith rather, 5 times my faith, I can put into here. Any additional, I think, gets lost. Okay, and that'll stay there for 10 minutes. And after 10 minutes of not doing anything, it's going to start decaying. Okay, but while it's in there, what it's going to do is I'll cast here. That's going to spend 50 favor, but then on the next tick, it's going to pull from this pending favor and fill my bar again. So you're going to see this. So I'll cast like a worrying sound. Okay, and you'll see the tick happened so fast that it immediately filled it back up again. After the nerf of chopped veggies, cordage just has no equal. Yeah, you know what? Even before the nerf, cordage still did not have an equal. Seriously. If you were using chopped veggies before and you never felt you never had the pleasure of using a high quality, a high skilled rope maker, you didn't know what you were missing. You had no idea. When you have a bin filled with 1,090 quality cordage ropes, and each one of those ropes is going to give you like 30 favor. Oh my god, it's just ridiculous. Oh, I damaged it. Okay, I'm going to mend it. Whoops. Why didn't that mend? Spell mend. Okay, there we go. Okay, so mend is going to get rid of this damage and then remove an appropriate amount of quality in the same way as it would be if it was repaired by a high quality repairer, a high skilled repairer. But what's nice about this is that compasses can't normally be repaired, so using mend on a compass is like just super useful. So for the grinder, what was the target x-axis to reach? So you're the middle of the distribution you wanted at 20, so that the majority of the rolls end up between 0 and 40. And as well, it'll also show you in the little box to the side, it'll show you the percentage skill ticks. And you want that number to be about 53 or so to be optimized. Okay, this is just getting really depressing. How many times do I have to cast on this thing to get it to improve? Yeah, 50 to 52 is good. Yeah. You can get it to 53 or 54 even, which is even better, obviously. But yeah, anything above 50 I'd say is great. You know, doing this, I also have I'm running the risk of shattering it. It's like just as likely to shatter as it is going to improve the cast, I think. Which I don't want to happen. And it's a 52 cast, which is not bad. Oh, there. Oh, 61. All right. Let's see. I still have some, so let's just use the rest of our favor trying to improve this 58 quality one. I mean, from 61 is not really that much better, but yeah. No. And I still got a little bit of favor in there. 61 favor. I should have turned on sleep bonus for this part, where I'm just casting over and over again. I'll use it for the last 2 casts. 2 or 3 casts I think I got. Small crack. Oh, God. It's just so painful. Yeah, it'd be a shame if I started this. But wouldn't it be great if, like, I landed a 90 cast on this thing? Wouldn't it be just amazing? And it's not unheard of. I've landed quite a few 90s now. I actually just recently got another 90 on another horseshoe. No, frown. Okay, I think that's my last one. Let's just see. 11 favor. Yeah. Okay, so let's leave it at that. Let's just get another one of my prayers in. You feel the rage building. Any second now. Green man pops shirt. Yeah. Okay, we'll leave it at that. That's actually, I would consider this a success. Okay, so now let's do some testing to see how good these compasses are. And this leads me to another thing about compasses that is kind of weird. So the compass that shows up here, you might wonder which compass is actually being used, because I have a bunch of compasses, and you might think maybe it's just going to use the best of them all. And the answer is no, it doesn't. It actually uses the first one that entered your inventory. So I had one in my inventory. Where is it? Right here, this one. Okay, so I gave Xander one of the lower ones, like 38 quality, from the stack that was there. I just casted a random cast on it. So currently my compass is using that one. Okay, so in order to, let's say you get a brand new compass and you want it to work, of course you could log. And if you log out and log back in, I think then it takes the compass that has the highest quality. I could be wrong. It could take the best one, but I'm not sure exactly. But what you want to do is you want to empty out all of the compasses that you have. Okay, so let's do that. Just put every single compass I have, including this one, okay, into somewhere outside of your inventory until your compass goes away. Okay, and then you grab the compass you want to test into your inventory. Okay, and that brings your compass back. Okay, and let's see, this one here, let's run around for a little bit. Stop moving to let it settle, and we'll let it settle. 3 seconds. Okay, so this is a 3-second settle time compass, which is phenomenal, by the way. I really, really, really love the 3-second settle time. I think the other one that was 38 quality with 58 wind of ages was a 5 or 6 second. Let's test it out. Let's put this one back. Let's take this one here. Let's just test it out again. I think it was 5 or 6 seconds before. Okay, so moving around. 6, yeah, you see the 6 right at the beginning. If you look really carefully, it says 6 and 5. 6, 5. Okay, so that's a 6-second cast settle timer, whereas the other one, which wasn't like, it's not that much higher quality. It's 10 more quality or so with maybe 13 more WOA. And all of a sudden, we're getting 3 seconds. It actually, you can see the 4. Is it 4? Does it say 4? Yeah, you see the 4 right at the beginning. 4th, then it switches to 3 right away. So you're getting a pretty good increase in the settle timer. Honestly, what did I do with the other compasses? Are they in here? Where did I put them? In the satchel? Yeah, there they are. Okay. It makes me feel like I might just cast on the 30 quality ones, and I could put those ones up on the merchant or something like that. Because like 5-6 second settle timers are not bad, considering the starter one's like horrible. What is the starter one? It's like 15 or 20 seconds. I can't remember. But here's the other benefit of these ones. You see how my compass is all set? Here, let's make it bigger. Okay, so you see the compass is like settled, right? When I start moving, look, it's still settled. And look how far I can go. Still settled, still telling me that I'm going west. Still going west. Now it unsettles. Okay, so higher quality compasses, not only do they settle faster, but they remain settled while you're walking for a certain amount of time, which is a huge benefit when you're like on a horse and you're going through the forest. You just need to stop for a second, and then you have the compass reading. You don't have to stop to like get your bearings. You can just keep moving while getting your bearings at the same time. Okay, so that's a huge advantage. I really wish we had those in the horse race when we were racing, because just to stop for a few seconds and then just keep going and get your bearings while you're moving, that would have been a big benefit. Instead, there was a moment in the horse race where I literally had to stop for the 17 seconds, or actually, I think I had a 10-second timer on that one because I had made myself a 30 quality compass early on. It might have been a 12-second or whatever. It was still painful in the middle of a race. But nonetheless, there's compasses. So we have some compasses now. I know Brian never got a compass. Haven't given him one yet. And Du Jensen, are you in here? Yeah, you're still around. Okay, I'm going to come over and give Du Jensen a compass too. And Antir, you're going to get a compass too. Let's see, who else? Cass got a compass. Serene got a compass. I know Raybarg. I want to give Raybarg a compass. Everybody in the Alliance will get a compass. I know Viking got a compass. Yeah, a good compass can save your life. Yeah, like, which way was the water again? If you don't have a compass and you don't remember which way the water was. Yeah. Hey, Skittles TV. Is it a dead game though? Is it? I mean, I'm thoroughly enjoying myself here. And we've got a bunch of people in the Alliance, and I hopped in on the old character on the old server, and there was like 15 people on in the Alliance. So that Alliance is still going strong. So if you're on the old servers and you're interested in looking for an Alliance, it's the New Haven Bay Alliance that I was part of on Xanadu, and they're active and have lots of people playing there. And I know there's other other alliances that have good numbers there. It's like the Oprah show. You get a compass and you get a compass. Yeah, I know. These compasses are an alliance project of mine. I'm getting people in the alliance to like help out with the materials, and it's just one of those things that just having a good compass is like just it's nothing like it, and then I think that what's going to happen is I'm going to help Viking Beard get his beverage making up. I want to spend some time. It might take a while. This is one of those like projects that I'll get around to eventually, but I want to make a beverage making setup that I could pan fill for. I'm pretty sure beverage making goes up like this, where you can pan fill a bunch of tea, and then you just light the forge or light the oven or whatever it is that you make tea in. I'll do some tests first before I commit to making a big setup. But once, if it works out that way, if it works out that I can just pan fill a whole bunch of tea, get it all ready, and then light the forge and get ticks for each tea that gets made, then I think I'll commit myself to making a setup where we do that, and that way we can get Viking Beard's beverage making up that way, and that will translate to getting higher quality oil. And we'll have to do some tests to see if we also need high quality olives, because then I'll have to bug Cats to get her forestry skill up. But I know I can make a nice skiller sickle as well, help that process if needed. But yeah, okay, so, and you know what? One last thing we're gonna do on stream is we'll do the farming. part of Xander's chores every day. He needs to do some farming. And you'll notice I got my farming on Xander up to 80 by committing myself to doing it every day. And all of it was in effort to get more cordage ropes. And it's really nice to see, like, I'm on the cusp of that project really coming to fruition now. It's taken months, but I kind of committed myself to it, and I'm probably crackling right now, right? Because as I'm running through here, it's probably going to be crackly. And look at my frames. Oh, God. The only thing keeping you from 80 to 90 compasses is beverages. It's the hardest to forcibly raise, I'd say. Like, Nin, do you know if what I was describing would work? Like, would pan-filling tea work to increase beverage making? Yeah, you can pan fill tea. Okay. That's something that I'm gonna try to make a setup for. So Serene, the way that I did it, and if you were really serious, if you want to get your farming up, I can help you with that. I can make you a COC rake, and what I've been doing is just using a 1 quality COC rake, almost the entire way. I think I started with 10 quality and just let the 10 quality go down as my skill was going up. I got it down to 1 quality. I'll just make you I can make you a COC rake. But the trick is you need a good number of tiles all set up and ready to go. So I think I'm working with about 150 tiles. And I sort of gauge that based on like what I'd be willing to do every day, and I think 150 tiles is doable. If you're gonna do farming, maybe probably takes me under an hour each day, maybe 45 minutes. So I'll be doing farming on Xander while I'm doing something on Griff, for example. So Xander's going through the fields farming. It might take him 45 minutes or an hour to get through the farming. That's just grooming the tiles. On harvest day, it takes a little bit longer. You do the farming, and then the harvesting probably doubles the amount of time. And that happens probably once every 4 or 5 days or so. So yeah, it is a commitment. It is a grind, but it was one of those things where I'm like, okay, if I'm going to do a Vin Priest, I'm going to do it proper, and I'm going to get his farming up. I'm going to be able to be self-sustaining on making all the cordage ropes. I'm going to work on my cordage rope, my rope making skill, and so on and so forth. And yeah, so once I committed to that and I'm farming every day, this is what happens. It does go up quick once you if you commit and you do it every single day. Okay, let's see. A bunch of new stuff has happened here. Here's Sufalo. Okay, so this is one of the people I'm looking for. Dude Jensen, are you there? Oh yeah, you just mentioned in chat. Hey, Dude Jensen. I am going to give you a gift. Let's see. Let's give you... here, you can have this one. There you go. That will be very nice. It's a 4-second cast timer. Hopefully that will keep you from getting lost. And I wonder actually if Dude Jensen's in the stream here. And where's Antirg? There's Antirg. And you get a compass. You can have that one. Oh, well, actually, I'm not even sure which one's going to be better. The 68 WA. Yeah, that one actually is not going to... They're both going to be pretty much the same, I'd say, between those two. That one has the higher WA cast, but the lower quality by only 5. So it's pretty good. Yeah, you are very welcome. And one of these will go to Brian. And the other one will go to Raybarg. And then after that, any more compasses. So what we might do is we'll get our skills up. We'll try for another round of compasses at some later date after all our skills are up. And then we can start replacing the compasses we got here with the higher compasses. I'm trying to remember, Serene, what compass did I get you? Maybe one of these. Maybe one of these is better than the one I gave you. I can't remember now. It's literally basically just giving the one, like doing the same thing here as I did there. Just whatever was there, the higher ones. And for now, I might just put some WOA on some of those 30 quality ones that we were getting. And put those up on the merchant for not that expensive because they're not that great. But they're definitely better than the starter ones. That's for sure. 40 quality, but it's fast and they're fine. Okay. Okay, so these ones, yeah, these ones aren't going to be that much faster. It's pretty much like you saw the 38 quality one that I got here with 58 WA has a 6-second settle timer. So 40 quality would be better than that. It's probably in that same vicinity. Oh, I see. Look at that. See, I put down the good quality compasses, and I'm still getting the good quality settle timers. Oh no, not anymore. Never mind. Okay, I'm still getting 6 seconds. I know there's like a little bit of a bugginess with that. Okay, so let's do some farming. And to do farming, I'm going to need some farming affinity. 4 hours is more enough. Some drink. And you know what? I'm going to bring along some horseshoes to cast on. No, I don't have any horseshoes to cast on. I casted on all my horseshoes. Okay. Let's take a couple of those low quality compasses like I was saying. It would be hilarious if I randomly get like a 90 quality, a 90 cast on one of these low quality compasses. That'd be hilarious. Okay, let's just waste some favor here. It's 4 seconds or so. Yes, it is. Yeah. All of these are going to be 4 seconds. Like the best of the best one that I made out of that batch was 4 seconds as well. So I think to get lower than 4 seconds, we're going to have to like push to get, 50, 60, 70 quality compasses sort of thing. We'll get there eventually. Yeah. So you're going to have to drop both compasses, like empty all your compasses so that the compass icon goes away. And then you pick up the good quality compass. And that should fix everything. Okay. So I've been doing some rearranging of this farm here, and you can see it's like spotty. Oh, look at that. I forgot to pick up the Wemp. Okay. From yesterday. I hope it didn't get a decay tick. But I farmed some Wemp yesterday, and I left it on the ground. Look at that. Okay, drop out. Yeah, exactly. Dropping both. That's the weird bug about them. Okay, no decay. Whew, look at that. 82 quality on average. Which is great. Like the farming change made it so that when you harvest, it comes out slightly above your skill on average. Sometimes it's below, sometimes it's above, but on average it's above. So my 80 skill is harvesting on average at about 82 and a half quality. And you can see I'm changing the fields up a little bit. So I felt like I got to a good stock of Wemp. And it's going to take me some time to get through all the Wemp that I have now. I'm keeping the other farm at the other deed all Wemp. So I'm going to keep collecting more and more Wemp. but I started thinking that I'd like to start working up again on my hot food cooking so as to create higher quality pizzas than I'm currently making, which is not that high. The pizzas I'm making come out around 40 quality or so, which is fine. Like, gosh, like that couple bites gave me 4 hours of timer, which for a person like me is more than enough. I'm never going to be farming for 4 hours straight. So I'm not even sure why I want to go higher with that. But nonetheless, I figure I have the farming skill. I might as well start working on stocking up. Let's see how much this is. This is 61.53 going up to 66. So that was a good amount of wemp there. That was 500 wemp. Just sitting on the ground there, rotting away. Did I leave it over here as well? Yeah, look, I left it over here too. Another 45 wemp from here. Let's just double check, make sure I didn't leave any more. Yeah, look at that. Wait a minute. That made it go up by another 100. That's weird. Oh, I know why. So that 45 wemp wasn't actually 45 wemp. I remember I combined a whole bunch because there was way more than 45 there. Okay, so I'm good. So that was like 600 wemp. And there's going to be more even coming. So let's start up here actually. I don't know why I was down there. I need to farm all this stuff over here. Okay, so I'm hoping that this is going to help my farming skill go up because some of these that I'm planting are higher difficulty. Wemp is really low difficulty, so I wasn't getting very much skill anymore raking all the fields. It was still going up though, enough that it pushed into the 80s. But I'd say that the full round of farming over here and at the other deed would give me maybe 0.2 skill. So I was doing that every day. So it would take 5 days to get a full skill point sort of thing. Slowly but surely making my way up to 80. Finally got there. I am using grinder. I mean, well, okay, so right now I'm not really worried too much about it. Partially because all of the I'm now kind of using this to go for high quality, what do you call it? Produce. High quality produce, which actually makes me think I might start switching this process now out with a high quality rake to forget the skill gains and just go for yield. Right? Because I don't know if you guys know this, but every time you rake, if you do really good job at it and you succeed really well, it increases the yield. So if you have high skill, right? And I'm like, let's say I'm happy with 80 quality right now. It would be great if I could stockpile 80 quality food because right now most of the food in there is 30 or 20 quality even. And I did get, Katz gave me some of her quality stuff, which is sort of in the 40s or 50s, which is great. But wouldn't it be even greater if all of the stuff we got was 80 quality? Wouldn't that make our food that much better? And that would give me some reason to go skill up my hot food cooking because right now it's only about 50, and if I can skill it up to 80 and then use 80 quality food, and yeah. So for the farming gains, what I discovered was that if I'm just doing WEMP, which is what I was doing for the reason for my, rope making, if I use a 1 quality rake, then I'm going to be getting about 40 or 35% of skill gain. And I could optimize that by choosing a different crop. But ultimately, I really wanted WEMP. Like, that was the goal. And 80 quality WEMP is good enough for me for now. So now it's about getting a variety of different foods. So I planted down each row a different type of food. Each one's going to be different in terms of its difficulty. So optimizing skill gains gets thrown out the window at that point as well. Right now I'm using a low quality rake. I don't think I'm going to get optimal skill gains, although, you know, it goes up, right? As long as it goes up, then I'm okay. If I really wanted to optimize skill gain, if that was my focus, okay, and maybe that might be at one point or another, maybe there'll come a day where I'm like, okay, today I'm going to work on 90 farming. I really want to push to 90. Okay, and if I really do want to do that, I'd have to do a bunch of prep work. I would first go to grinder. I would figure out which crop. Whoa, look at that sliver of stamina there left. I would figure out which crop would work well with a 1 quality rake. And I think around this level it's corn or something like that. So then I would plant all my crops corn. Let's say if corn works out to be the best for 1 quality rake at my skill. And I'll plant everything corn, and I'll do a bunch of rounds of that. I'll like plant, rake every day, harvest, plant, rake every day, and just keep doing that a few times until I got to 90. Once you get to the point where you're like, I'm happy with this skill, then the optimal strategy is to switch over to a high quality rake, plant the crops that you want, and forget skill gain and just go for yield. I kind of just did this yesterday, so I haven't gotten to that point where I've made myself a high quality rake yet, but that's next on my list. One of the things I'm going to be doing. That way, the next time I plant my Wemp farm, like I do a full thing of Wemp, it will just increase the yield of the Wemp, and it'll all come out at 80 plus quality. And right now, that would make me super happy. I don't need the 90 quality just yet. Let me enjoy the 80 quality while I have this nice new shiny rope tool that I can use to pump out massive amounts of favor. Once the favor bin is full, then I'm going to go to town on casting, get my channeling skill up, which it's still like 67. I hit 67 today in that little stint that we did there. But wouldn't it be nice if that was 70? And nicer yet if it was 80. But for that, I would need an unlimited favor bin, which is coming. It just all takes time, you know. It's like one of those things. And just another comment about Dezo, your comment about why I'm not using grinder. I've never been the type of person to be 100% optimized skill gain. I'm always in a balanced sort of position, because what I'm aware of is that if you want to go to the extreme of optimizing your skill gain, it takes a lot more prep work to get there, right? Yeah, I'm using a 1 quality rake, exactly. That's exactly right. I mean, if you're not using a 1 quality rake, then what are you using for skill gain? Right? That's optimization enough. Yeah, I mean, it is technically optimization enough. So like you see here, like I'm not getting no farm gains, right? Like it's already at 0.6. And as I told you before, like with this same rake with just Wemp, which is really low difficulty, I would farm all of this and I would farm all of the other deed and I would get about 0.2 at the end of it all. So I'm already halfway done, half of my fields, and I'm at 0.6. So it looks like I'm going to get about the same skill gain raking this stuff compared to Wemp. Now, again, all of this stuff is not optimized either. I think garlic is way too high for my skill. And lettuce is even too high. But I'm probably still getting 40% of my skill ticks, you know. Hey, where's Chonklord? Good question. Chonklord hasn't played Wurm in a long time. And welcome, Fuzzy Rubric. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Chonklord back in the day when we were making, we made our Autumn Twilight Kingdom. Chunklord was a member of that kingdom. He joined up with us, hung out with us, uh, helped us with building the Autumn Twilight deed. It was part of all that era. He was playing with us all the way up until that time when I went over to Chaos and did that Chaos stint. He came over with us, but then he stopped playing after that. And I remember there was a time he sent me a tell saying he was going to hop in, but he's still on Chaos. And he hopped in and he had to deal with the Chaos stuff. I remember having to send tells to the people on that deed saying, hey, like, he's not a spy. He came with me during that time, and hopefully he got himself off of Chaos. But I don't know. I haven't talked to him much since then. I don't think he plays anymore. But that's interesting, Fuzzy Rubric, that you remember that name. Garlic is high. Wheat is good, around 80. Not sure what rake. Maybe 20 quality. Yeah. I mean, I'd prefer to just keep the quality, like the rake that I had, like a 1 quality rake, just because if I can figure out an optimized strategy there. But as I said, like I'm kind of like I don't need it to be perfectly optimized. I'm okay if I'm at a 45% chance and I'm missing out on some gains, as long as, like, I'll trade that optimization for productivity. If I'm doing the thing that's going to help me with the thing that I want to do. So, for example, let's say I plant all corn and I'm just optimizing my skill gain. Well, the problem is I'm not going to use that corn. Like, what am I using that corn for? I'd rather get a little bit less skill gain and use Wemp, because I'm going to use that Wemp. That Wemp is important to me. So I'm all the while that I'm getting my skill, I'm also getting something that I'm going to use. Do you cast COC on that 1 quality rake? Yeah. So this 1 quality rake has 82 COC on it. Let's see, it's in here. And what's crazy about this is that this has got to be my 5th rake, because every single time I forget to repair it, and it doesn't take long for a 1 quality rake to destroy if you forget to repair it. And I've destroyed maybe 4 COC rakes. I think all but one of them had above 70 COC on it, which is painful. It's like you're in the middle of raking the field and your rake dies. Like, you got to stop raking and you got to go back over to the bin over there. And I had to go enchant another. I mean, luckily I'm an enchanter, right? So I'll just. And Griffith has prepared a whole bunch of rake heads because of this. So I just have but the last time around, I shattered 4 of them. So I think there's only 2 rake heads left in that bin. I shattered 4 of them trying to make this. So I'll use Griffith. I'll just make a whole bunch of rake heads, maybe 10 or so, and I'll put them in a bag over there. That way, when I break this one, which I inevitably will, just not paying attention while I'm raking, I'll just go over to that bin, pick up a few rake heads, cast some COC on it until I get a decent cast. I was actually, this time around, I was like, okay, I'll settle for a 70, and I luckily got an 80. What it means as well is, like, there's a bin over there that probably has some enchanted stuff that's just randomly sitting there. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, look, the full field gave me over 0.1. And I have a whole other field over there, which hopefully will bring me up to 0.2. Let's see what it does. That sounds too much focus for me. I'll stick with solar skill gain and more not broken tools. Yeah, well, it is true. I mean, ideally, I wouldn't have to keep doing that. Ideally, I'd just cast 1 rake and then I don't have to worry about it again. As long as I remember to repair the rake. I mean, that would be the ideal situation. That's always the plan going into it. I always just mess it up. Okay, so yesterday I put in all the things that I'm planting here into my bag, and I put 1 for each row. So, although, what happened? This is onion, this is onion, this is wemp. So I need more onions, actually. Okay, and this is, what is this? Cabbage. Cabbage seed. Don't know why I'm using the menu, and I have a keybind for this. I mean, what would be cool if there was a way to like get it to beep when your tool gets to certain, you know, damage. That would be cool, but I don't think there's a way. Okay, what's this row? This row is garlic. Is this row garlic? Garlic. Row is garlic. Okay. This is all a new setup for me, so I'm gonna have to spend some time remembering what I put in each row. So it's garlic, onion, cabbage. Cabbage. And I have to remember to pick up this wemp. Whoops. Thought I harvested, but I was activating the cabbage seed. This, for all you farmers out there, you probably know this, right? If you activate, let's say the garlic, I'm activating the garlic, and then I go to plant the garlic, and then you queue up another action. Okay, well, that other action is not going to happen because the item that I was activated was the garlic, and once I plant the garlic's gone now. And so the next action was hoping to use that garlic to do the action, but now the garlic's gone, and so it'll cancel the next action. Let's see if I'll demonstrate it right here. Okay, so this row is probably cucumbers. This row here, no, that's cucumbers. What's this row? Peas. Okay, so let's get the peas ready. Okay, so I got the peas. So let's say I harvest this one. Okay. And let's say I activate the peas and I go to plant the peas. Okay. And then I go over here and I harvest. Okay. After you finish, you'll start harvesting. But because the peas get planted, it cancels that queued action. See that? So if you want it to work, what you have to do is before you queue up that next action, you gotta deselect the peas and then it'll work fine. Okay, that's almost ripe. I hope the rest of this went right before the end of the day so I can just plant it before. Okay, I think that's all the wemp. Oh no, there's a couple up here. There's a few up here actually. Okay, so these two, I'm too far away. I'll queue those up first, and then what's going in this is the peas. These are the last two pea pods. And this one here is cucumber. Oh, I'm doing it again. I'm gonna cancel. Okay, there we go. Cucumber. That's the last of my cucumbers. And I'll probably do a couple rounds of this just to get a decent stock of these vegetables at high quality. And then I'm going to switch to another set of vegetables before switching back to wemp, probably. Okay, so that's... I'm just going to drop the wemp here and I'm going to pick it up with my cart. Yeah, hot food cooking grind to 99. Been there, done that. To 99.99, in fact. I'm not sure how much I want to go through that. We'll see. We'll see. I might do a hot food cooking setup. But pan filling, man. Pan filling can definitely suck the soul out of this game for me. If that's what I'm focused on, right? Like if I need an end goal, I need a means to the end. I can't just pan fill for no reason. Like if it's just for hot food cooking, it's not worth it. Because what's the difference between 80 quality food and 99 quality food? What is the difference? And over 60. Hey. Yeah, for mind logic, sure. Oh, you did about 6,000 pan fills last 2 days. Wrist hurts. Yeah, totally. I've done that level. I've done that amount too before. How's the deed coming along? Slowly, slowly but surely. It's it's moving along, but will take take some time before visible progress. I'm guessing over 60 is referring to the castle deed, the sand castle. That's my guess anyway. Some more WEMP. Look at that. Almost back up to 7,000. Let's see. SD for applying runes. Yeah, sold it. Yeah. It's definitely something I'm thinking on doing something about. I was there 2 times and I can see it progress. Yeah, it progresses. Yeah, it's quite a bit of work. Oh, I have my sleep bonus on. Look at that. Yikes. Let's turn and type at the same time. Okay, so there was quite a bit of work done over the past couple weeks with the new horse market. With the new horse market. Oh, this spot right here, I've been working on this road. And I'm trying to work out some permissions with Ambiorix or Warpheus. I haven't seen Warpheus online in a bit, but I can't dig this part here because I don't have permissions on his deed. And he said he came on and gave me permissions, but I checked and I still don't. So we have to work out the permission systems there for that piece. But once we do that, then we're going to connect this all to the highway and be connected to the thingy, the highway system. In terms of these 80 quality saddles, I will have to see about whether Faye feels up for imping some saddles. Yeah, I hope it's picking up. I've told players to go and have a look if they need some horses. It's definitely picking up. The horse market is doing very well. Horse market seems to be doing well. Yeah, you're wondering why the highway suddenly stopped. Yeah, it's like there's the see how the highway's connected here now. So Lazarus, who lives in Thundering Steeps here, has been doing a lot of work to try to connect us to the highway system. There's this one spot, like one tile that's on Warpheus's deed, that we can't place a cat's eye because of permissions. And I sent him a tell through Discord, and he missed it because he doesn't check his Discord. He logged in once. Kat said I sent him a Discord channel. And he tried to change the permissions, but then has since logged out, and I haven't seen him since. His attempt at changing the permissions didn't fix the problem, so we still don't have access to placing the cat's eye, and I still don't have access to fixing that road bit there. But once he comes in, oh, look at that sky. That looks beautiful. And there's the rift over there. I'll have to go check out where that is exactly. But once he comes in to fix the permissions, I'm going to be fixing that road up and making it all connected nicely. And then we can all get waystones put on. I'll use all those extra compasses that we made that ended up in the 20s and lower. I'll make some waystones with those, and yeah. Oh boy. Where is that rift there? I can't quite tell if it's because So we're right over here. Sorry, we're right over here now. Okay, so on this, we're right here on this spot. Okay, and we're looking out this way towards the rift. Okay, so this little lip, this little pass that you have to go around. Okay, so that is this thing right here. That last little bit of land there, right here, is this little peninsula, this little thing that's sticking out here. Okay, so if you go around that, you get right to Overture. Okay, although it looks to me like the rift is in front of those mountains, but behind this lip. Okay, so the mountain that we're seeing in the back there is these guys over here. Okay, so we're seeing all the way across the server to the other side of the server, and that's these mountains there. Okay, so it's very possible that the rift is somewhere in here. It's either that or it's on this bit right here. So it's either right here or it's somewhere in this vicinity over here. Oh, around 020, okay. So people have already scouted it out. 020 is probably right here. Okay, so it's right on the Broccoli Hills a little bit here. Okay, so it's right here. Okay, 020 is not bad though, because we can probably park our boats here and ride. Oh my god, it's like in the mountains though. I've never been to that spot right there before, so I don't know what these hills look like. But from what I know of this area, it's really hard to traverse that area. It's really rough terrain there. Any of you who are on Cadence who don't know anything about, what the old servers look like or what Melody looks like, Melody is a rough server. It's really hard to settle on Melody and get really good, land. There's very little area that's like nice and flat, whereas Cadence is like the whole thing is flat. You can go anywhere with a cart. You can just get on a horse and just go straight, and the only thing that'll stop you is water, mostly. But on Melody, you can't go like 10 tiles without hitting a slope that your horse won't go. And this whole area has been nicknamed Broccoli Hills, although there's like a little thing. Where is it? I just saw it. It's like a little hidden thing on this map. A little, oh, there it is. Broccoli Hills. Now, tell me what's at that point, and I don't even know. Has anybody visited to that point right there that has the Broccoli Hills? Anybody been there? I don't know why it gets its own special little thing on the map. Like how Overture's a special thing. You hover your mouse over and it gives you Overture, right? And all these ones will also give you a special thing. But this one came built into the map, and it's a little pip. It's a little pixel there. So you've been all around there. The whole thing's a nightmare to traverse. So Nin, if you've been all over here, what is that? What's at that spot right there? Is there anything special? Or is it just like regular place? Nothing special. Okay. Or nothing you want us to know that's special. One or the other. I'll take it. Nothing special. Okay, so while I'm here, I'm going to just do a pray. Yeah. I tried to get past those to get to a slang, and it's almost impassable. Yeah. Nothing special. Okay, my dude is there. Nothing special. Emoti Kappa. Nothing special. Don't come here. No. There's nothing special there. Nobody go. You don't need to go because there's nothing special over there. Wow, enough of you guys telling me there's nothing special is just making me feel like there's something special over there. Okay, all of this is still WEMP because I want my WEMP production to keep going. This field is a 70 tile field. 70 tiles over here. Right, and let's see, how long does this take? How long does 70 tiles take? So I've been streaming for, oh my god, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Gonna have to probably end it soon. What's special is all the corpses of people exploring looking for something special. Yeah, I can't believe you've been playing all this time and don't know the secret of Broccoli Hills. I know, it's like something I noticed on the map since the beginning, but I haven't felt the need to go search for what's there. It's the only place in the game where you can grow broccoli. Yeah, it's super, super. You know what? I'm curious to know what the mining is like over there. I'll tell you this: the mining over by here is terrible. At one point, I had this whole deed was all rock, and I prospected on the entire deed. Not even iron here. There's like no veins on deed. I have 0 veins on this deed. There's a couple copper veins off deed, just off to the side in the perimeter. But on deed, there's like not a single vein. So that's what mining is like over here. But I do know like when you're in a mountainous area that mining, you can find these pockets of really good mining. So maybe the Broccoli Hills is a mining haven. It's possible. I've had half the mine. Yeah, I searched for vein in vain. I know. It's not really? Okay. I have half the mine to go searching. I know Serene is building a tunnel through this mountain up here in the north. Like I don't know if it's exactly here or if it's further north than that, but it's somewhere up there. Probably a bit further north than that. She's building a tunnel through the mountain there so that she can get access to that side, and there's some good mining in there, from what I understand. Did I... Do I have Wemp seeds here? Okay, I'll have to go check that. I think I have some in the BSB. So I don't like using the 80 quality stuff that I'm harvesting to replant because I had a bin full of 60 quality Wemp. And I'm just using the 60 quality Wemp to turn into seeds to replant and using all the 80 quality Wemp until, you know, until all of that stuff gets used up. And then I'll probably start making a higher quality bin to dump into and use the lower quality stuff to make ropes and to use for seeds as my skill goes up. Wemp is worm hemp or weed hemp. Yeah, it's like just, I mean, it's for making rope, so it's like hemp. It's like hemp. Oh, I'm not paying attention to my stamina. Yeah, can't smoke it. There was this discussion going on in, I think it was on Uncle Pyron's stream about the astronomy in this game, and I was part of an astronomical society back in the day on the old, when they had the old skybox, and it was just a group of us who had a little chat channel that we talked to each other about findings that we had about the worm astronomy. Like we would, you know, track the orbits of the moons, for example, against the back of the sky, just because I don't know if I've ever shared this on stream, but I went to school for astronomy. That was like my major, astrophysics. And so in school, I learned a lot of techniques for looking up at the sky and tracking things mathematically and creating models to predict, for example, when the moons would, let's say, eclipse each other. And, we also looked for things like where the North Star would be, because the whole star's orbit, right, around, I guess it's like our planet's rotating, right? So like we see the stars moving through the sky, and so we track that motion, and we would look for all sorts of different things in the sky. And now the new skybox came out, and man, is it so much better than the old one. It has so much more stuff in it. Like you can see these clusters of stars like all together. And also each star has its own unique color, which is really cool. Yeah, just super awesome. Remember to repair. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. So far, so good. It's only 9 damage, so I know that I can get through the entire round. I can rake all of my fields, and it'll be at about 50. The problem is if I forget to repair this time, and then I completely forget to repair the second time around, then it's gone. So I have to repair at least once per round. Unless you go really high up and then it kind of breaks. Is that true? How like you mean up on the top of a mountain, or do you mean like use GM powers to go really high up? All right. So let's get this farming done. And yeah, high up on mountains. Yeah, you can basically see the skybox line. Oh, interesting. Interesting. You'd think that they would try to hide that on the highest mountains. That they would test that. It's a little bit immersion breaking. But yeah, that sky's awesome. I mean, one thing about... I'm not sure if they can do anything about this, but the moons don't look real. And it has to do with the shadowing. Right, you see this shadowing here? Like, I mean, our moon has that shadowing, but it doesn't look like that, right? Like, instead, what we actually see is a crescent, or like not a crescent, but a crescent is cut off of the moon, so it looks like the moon is like sort of flat, oblong, whatever you call it. You don't actually see the part of the moon that's in the shadow. It's like dark. That might have something to do with the lighting. Where in this game, dark doesn't actually mean dark. Like, this is dark. This is pitch black. This is as dark as it gets in this game. This is dark as dark gets. What? You didn't know about Brockley Hills? That little blip on the map there? That's... I know, it's like so weird. You think it needs lighting? Come on, look how light it is. I can see to the other side of the server, no problem in this lighting. And this is as dark as it gets. Come on, we have a 10 quality lamp over there. We have a 10 quality lamp all the way over there. And yet, I can see all the way across the server at the darkest time of night to the other side. Yeah. You can make some, but I don't think it's gonna make any difference. It doesn't really change the fact that this is so bright. Look how light it is. Look, it almost looks like I'm illuminated by something. What am I illuminated by? That fence over there is illuminated by something too? But there's nothing illuminating it except for a 10 quality lamp on the other side of this fence over here. Look at that hill. Oh, is the sun coming up? Is that what's illuminating that hill? See, the hill has some light on it over there? What's causing that? Man, I don't know if you've ever been out in nature at night. You know, like out where there's no like city lights. You ever been out where there's no city lights in like a forest or on a lake? And when the sun goes down and the stars come out and the moon is bright as day, it's pitch black outside. Like, you can't see a thing. Like, you look over where there's trees and you see nothing but like the outline of the trees against the sky, but the trees themselves are like black as black as black. And if you went into that forest and you opened your eyes, like you would see like nothing. You wouldn't be able to see in front of you, let alone across 2 kilometers away across the server. Now, I'm not calling for that level of darkness. I don't want to see like, like the way that it gets in Rust, for example, is another game that I've seen. It was like when it's dark, it's like nothing. You see nothing. I don't want it to be that level, but I also don't want to feel like it's daytime at nighttime. Like, I can see everything perfectly illuminated. The entire mountain is perfectly illuminated. I can see its color. I can see that there's sand there. I can see this patch of trees perfectly fine. I can see the trees all the way over there. And that's halfway across the server, those trees. And what time is it at night? Time? It's 3 a.m. This is what 3 a.m. looks like. And that moon there looks pretty illuminated. Like when I look straight at it, it's very circular. And moons only look like that during a new moon. But in Wurm, it looks like that all the time. Adjust my gamma settings. Okay, sure. Let's try that. I wonder if does adjusting my gamma settings affect what it looks like on the stream? I'm wondering. I don't know. Let's see. Do I even have gamma? I have brightness, contrast, saturation, color temperature, skin tone, smart view. What is that? I have presets, sharpness, trace. I don't have any gamma on my screen. And I'm wasting my sleep bonus here. Brightness should work. I mean, here's the problem with brightness is you want it to be bright. Whoops. You want it to be bright. I have my brightness setting at 30% right now. Let's bring that down. Like I have it at 0 now. This is as low as that doesn't affect you guys, right? Like you guys don't see the change in brightness as I change the brightness on my screen, right? Let's turn it up to. But yeah, man, when I turn it all the way up, it's like just saturated with white. But even when I turn it down to zero brightness, I still see everything perfectly fine. It just looks like each pixel's dim, but it's not all the way dimmed. So yeah, I keep mine at about 30 brightness. That's where I kind of like it. But I don't think that's going to affect your view of the stream, right? You guys don't see me changing the brightness on my screen. Gamma is the right one that I want to adjust, but I just don't seem to have a gamma setting on my screen for some reason. Oh, Wurm has its own gamma settings? Okay, let's see. Let me guess, is it in the game? No. Graphics. Display brightness? Is that it? Okay. I mean... It's not like... it doesn't give the realistic effect of night. Because I can still see on the other side of the server, I can still see those trees over there. You know, in real life, if it becomes dark, you can see the stuff around you, like within like a 5-meter radius of you, but then beyond that, it gets darker, you know? Sort of like has this halo of light around you, but everything past that is dark. Yeah, and this darkens the lamps, it darkens everything. So even with lamps at this setting, it's not going to be good. I really wish there was like... It was dark like this near me, and then beyond a certain distance, it's like very dark. So like in a 5 or 6 tile radius around me, I could see it at this dimness, and then beyond that, it gets even dimmer and darkened. So that I wouldn't be able to see those trees over there. Like those trees that are right there. And then if there was a lamp over there, the lamp would brighten that spot. So from this position, if there was a lamp over there, it would be dark here, and I would see that lamp like shining and bright on that tree over there. And it would be like, you know, when you see a campfire in the middle of a forest and you're like, oh, there's like a bright halo of light over there. But as it is, what this setting did, it just dimmed everything, including the lamp. The lamp is all dim now. Everything's dim. Anyway, let's bring that back up to 0. Look, daytime. Daytime now. Wurm. Okay, last thing to do here. I think I have some seeds here. Yeah, 56 of them. Put them in this pottery bowl. And we will harvest what we got. Almost right. And then after that, I gotta get going. Is that volumetric darkness? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm not like I don't. I've mentioned it before, but it's not like a huge gripe of mine. Like I'm fine. I'm fine if this is the way that it stays. I'm happy. Just don't expect me to make lamps and need them for anything, because they're not needed anymore. Everything's light. I mean, I understand, Katz, your perspective. You like the lamps, particularly because they make things look nice. They do. I will admit, lamps make things look nice. I agree. But I don't know if you've noticed, I'm not one to go out of my way to spend time to make things look nice. So if that's what lamps are just decorative to make things look nice. I will accept the fact that people like it this way and would spend the time to make their deeds look nice with lamps. It's just not motivating for me to spend the time doing it. I'd rather be doing other things. However, if they did make it really dark, I would appreciate the process of making lamps. It would make me go, oh, I need that lamp. And man, when I put that lamp there, oh, so much better. I can see now. And that would add so much more immersion for me. I would love it. I would love lamps if I needed that. That's my position. But if it's just to make it look nicer, I don't know. That's not needed. I'd spend my time doing other things because I don't feel the pressing need to have light. But I've noticed that the sun rises from the other side of the horizon, but it's still below it. You often see light go through the hearth and light up the tree. Yes. Yeah. The earth, I see. Yeah, the light does go through the earth. There is a little bit of weirdness going on there, for sure. But in real life, if you have trees or a mountain or something like that, the light does actually hit the top first. But yeah, there is a little bit of glitchiness happening in Wurm with that, for sure. 3 a.m. farmers should love lamps. Yeah, but if this is what 3 a.m. looks like, who needs lamps? Look how light it is. Look, I even have like shining bright on the side of my face from nothing over there. There's nothing lighting me up. Look at the moons. The moons look kind of cool. It's not realistic, I'll tell you that. Do not look like real moons. They look like spheres in the sky that are lit up from something. Like, on a real moon, you don't see this. Here's what it is. You know what it is? The moons look like a small ball in a room that has one light source on it, okay? Now, what ends up happening in a small room, like in a room on a small ball, is that the light source will hit the front of the moon, like front of the ball, lighting it up just like this, okay? But then some of the light will strike the walls and a very small portion of it will get reflected back onto the back side of the ball. So you get these like, it's like a little bit illuminated. And you'll get a contrast between the edge of the ball and the rest of the room, which is dark. So you can see the edge of the moon there. But if you look up into space and you look at the moon on a day where it's illuminated like this from the sun coming from the side, and you look at this part of the moon, you cannot tell the difference between that part of the moon and the sky next to it. It's like exactly the same amount of darkness between the side of the moon and the sky next to it. So you don't see this edge of the moon in real life, right? But all you see is this edge. You see this edge where the light stops shining on the edge of the moon. And so all you see is this, like, you'll see a sharp edge on this side and you'll see a faded edge on this side and nothing else. You can't see anything else. Yeah, but with these moons, you kind of can see the backside of the moon, which that removes the realism. It makes it feel like it's a ball in the sky, not an actual moon. As in dark night mode option you can turn off or on. I mean, honestly, here's the reality of the situation. If they created a dark night, a dark mode where the night was dark, but then I can flip a switch and make it look like this, I'd make it look like this. Because I don't want to have to go through the trouble of making those lamps. I'll just make it look like this and I'll go about my business. The only way that I will get that feeling of like, oh, this is so good, I need that lamp, is if it was forced darkness. So that's fine. On it, like if they did a toggle switch, that's not gonna do anything for me. I would actually keep it like this because I prefer it like this. And the reason is because I don't want the darkness just for looks. What I'm saying is that to me, the looks aren't important. Whether it looks dark or light, that's not important. The only reason why this is coming up as an issue is because people are giving me a hard time because I don't have lamps, right? Like the first time it came up was somebody was like, why don't you have lamps on your? I'm like, I don't know what I need lamps for. Everybody's like, well, it looks nicer, it makes it look brighter. And I'm like, to me, it doesn't look any different because I can see perfectly fine without the lamps. And that the only reason why I would want to get lamps is if I couldn't see or if it was dark enough that I wouldn't see. So making it darker in the game is only a thing that would make it feel better for me to force me to make lamps, and I would actually gladly spend the time. It would be motivating for me to be forced to make lamps because it was so dark. Like I would spend my time at the D just like, okay, man, we got to make lamps. We got to make high quality lamps. I'm going to make 50 of them because that way we can light up our entire alliance so that it'll be better for traveling through that area. I'll be able to see my area. I would spend time making lamps for roads and stuff like that. But as it is, in my mind, I'm not motivated to do that because there's no need. And the only need would be aesthetics. And unfortunately, I'm not the type of player to be motivated by aesthetics. So that's it. So put a night mode, put a light mode, I don't care. Whatever. To me, it looks the same to me. And if they added a toggle, I would keep it on the light mode. Because then I wouldn't need lamps. And I can work on the other things that I want to work on. Well, we'll solve this that hassle soon enough. Okay. Sure. Put lamps. Not put lamps, doesn't matter. Honestly, if it meant like I don't want to make it sound like I want the devs to work on this. This is not something that I think the devs need to work on. It's perfectly good the way it is. Lots of people seem to like it the way it is. Some people would complain just, dark mode or whatever, but it's not. I wouldn't put this on a high priority of what needs to be done here. I'm just not motivated to make lamps is all. I don't carry a lantern. Even in mines, I don't need one. Doesn't feel like there's a need for one anyway. They did make a change. Actually, let's peek into the mine. What am I doing? I finished, but I didn't pick up the WEMP. Oh, did I? Did I pick up the WEMP? I did pick up the WEMP. Okay. Whew. Okay. I thought I left all the WEMP lying on the ground over there. But I took all my WEMP seeds, so the next time I go, I'm gonna have to remember to put my WEMP seeds, or bring more seeds. I think it should be second priority, just after Windows. I am over 40. I know. It's sort of, it's one of those things that happens. Okay, let's take a peek in the mine. Okay, let's do this. Let's go into the mine. Let's see how dark it is. Keeping in mind I have no light source on me, and there's no light sources in the mine because I didn't feel like there was need for them. Yeah, you're 50. You get it. Yeah, I'm not quite there yet, but it's time seems to be going. My mine entrance. And I'm on my priest, so I can't mine it open again. Oh, there's another mine entrance down here, so let's take a peek down here. I have to reopen that mine entrance. Okay, so let's go looking through the mine. Okay, let's see. How much do I need a lamp in here? Nope. Nope. Still don't need lamps. Okay, I see an iron vein there. Like, because the tooltips and everything like that, and you can see, as long as you can see the hallways. And look, you see this light? This is what, was it Garrus you were saying? Like, there's some bug that makes it so that light from outside somehow makes it in here. Not sure how it gets in here, or... But all this is lit up somehow. Okay, so this is where the mine entrance should be. But, like, yeah, like I have my... That's weird, eh? Like, look at that. The light coming through there? That shouldn't be lit. It's a feature. Yeah. They did do something to make it darker in here. And they use volumetric fog, you can almost tell. They used the volumetric fog to make it dark in here. So they just filled it with fog. And it's nice. I like the atmosphere of it. And you guys probably can't see as well as I can on my screen. It looks probably dark to you guys, but to me, still no need. I can still see enough. As long as I can see my guy and as long as I can see the hallways, I am perfectly okay with leaving it as is. And if anybody remembers those days when you would go into a mine and your entire screen would be black, you couldn't even see the wall in front of you, it would take that put into the game for everybody, so with no toggle on and off, for me to feel like I need to make lamps. And in those cases I would gladly make lamps. It would feel like another project that would be fulfilling for me. It would be fulfilling to fill everything with light if I felt like it did something. But as it is, and you know, like those mines, they are quite dark now. They do have this darkness. They did add some to make it feel like you need a little bit of lamps. So I might do it for the lamps for the mines once things get made up there. But yeah, that is true. If you're going to be in the mine for a long time, it's nice to have it still lit. Yeah. Yeah. You're coming over with lamps in 3 minutes. Oh. So let's test it out. Okay, what are we testing though? Are we testing nighttime or are we testing the mine? Because I'll admit, like, you can see better with the lights in a mine. Let's see. I have a lamp in here, right? I have a lamp. So let's fill it with tar. Let's turn it on, and let's see the difference. Okay. This one might be a 20 quality. Yeah, 23 quality. Okay. My flint and steel's in here. Let's light it up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so you can see now. Sure. And you know what? Since I'm here, I'm going to bless this lamp. Bless. 50 light tokens dropped on a spot makes it really bright. Yep. There you go. Like when it's blessed, it'll stay lit forever, right? That's the way that works now, I think. I did put some of these lamps back at the beginning, thinking, you know, maybe I'll need them. And I will admit, like in a mine, sure, the lamps make a difference. How much of a difference? Well, I can probably see the side of the wall nicer. So I do feel it in a mine. Probably needed a little bit more than, but at nighttime, you don't need a lamp. You still have so much light. Everything looks the same. You can even see all the colors perfectly fine. But the reality is this: is that if they do make light, the darks, if they do make the night darker, it's just the devs are gonna just receive an onslaught of complaining again, and I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth the complaining that's gonna happen from that. To me, I am okay with it being the way it is. Just, I won't ever get lost in a forest. I won't ever feel the need to turn on a lantern to find my way through a forest. Oh, here's cats. That spider's in a weird spot because he's on the door. He's on the entranceway there. There we go. I sure the heck don't want to look at your black mine. There's my next one. What's more pleasant for us viewers to look at? But I don't know. Oh my god, look how many lamps there are. I don't need this many lamps. What am I going to do with this many lamps? This is too many. I don't even think I can carry this much weight. Can I? Besides my other... Oh, I can actually... Oh, yeah. Okay, go through. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what... Like, this is where I've been mining. I've been mining over here on this iron vein over here, so... I haven't even felt the need to put a lamp right here. Like, the moment I turn on the forge, it's light enough, right? And this was my... Like, these lamps I made around, like, in the first little bit here. A lamp for every tile. I'll take care of things. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, okay. You can go ahead and do that. I am going to I'm gonna have to end the stream. It is getting quite late, and I've been at this for quite some time. So while Katz lays the lamps down in the mine, I'm gonna peek over at Twitch. See if there's anybody else streaming Wurm.
Speaking of that pressure, obviously...
Oh my goodness. I really wish that they made Twitch not autoplay. I wonder if there's a way I can... Maybe there's a setting. Okay, so let's see. Wurm. I am the only one streaming Wurm. What about Wurm Unlimited? Is there anybody streaming Wurm Unlimited? There is one person, although It doesn't look like they're actually playing Wurm. It also doesn't look like it's in English. Oh no, it says English. That doesn't look like Wurm. That's not Wurm that he's playing there. Hold on, let me run it for a second. No, he's not playing Wurm. Hmm. Well, looks like I'm the only one playing. Anybody in the chat planning on streaming Wurm in the next few minutes or so? If so, that's a Dyson Sphere game. Yeah. I don't know what it is. It just looks like not Wurm. Yeah. Wurm Unlimited player. It's been a pleasure. Take care. Well, I'm glad it's been a pleasure. Give me planting permissions. Oh, this isn't on the deed, I don't think. This is off deed. All of this. Oh, you mean on our deed? Are you gonna plant lamps all over on our deed? Oh, I'm not on Griffith right now. I'll have to do that later at some point later. I'm on Xander, who doesn't have permissions to this deed. Oh, look, already out of sorts this tile here. Sorry. I'll try my best to remember to do that next time. We do have this one lamp here. And this one lamp does turn on during the night. And then I also have this candle here that I placed. But actually, the purpose of this candle was actually just to test to see if candles decay. Because you were saying on your deed that you think candles decay. And I thought in myself, I'm like, I don't think candles decay anymore. I think they fixed it. So I lit this one yesterday to test it when you had said it. And it looks like it's going strong. Oh, yeah, you know what? I think I did give you basically all permissions to this deed. I'll be honest. I did make a roll for you, and I just thought, you know what? To prevent any future issue where you're like, I need to do this, I just gave you everything. I think. You had candles going for months and months. Okay, they go fast if you have them lit in your inventory, though. Oh, okay. Interesting. And also off deed, I'm pretty sure also. But they made candles like a decorative item, so they'll stay lit, kind of like lamps. They'll stay lit. Now I'm afraid what this is going to look like when it's all said and done. But to me, I think it just doesn't matter. So whether or not we have lamps or not, same difference. Same difference. All right. So I still got a list of lots of stuff I want to do. I'll have to get doing it. I should probably spend some favor. I haven't been doing that. Look at that. WOA 5. And no, nobody's interested in streaming. Drogos, are you planning on streaming? I guess it's a little bit later now for you guys on a Sunday. I succeed in improving to 21. All right. Well, I'm going to have to end it here. Yeah, it's too late. Yeah, I know. Work tomorrow and all. If you can't find anybody and want something completely different, the Toronto Zoo has a live stream. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think I'll just end the stream. I do like passing it off to other Worm streamers, but if there's nobody there, then that'll be that. All right. So thank you so much for joining me today on our Worm adventures, and I'm pretty sure Brian will be back next week. He's at this point where he's like he needs like once every other week sort of schedule. His work is kind of dragging him down, and yeah, So you guys are very welcome. Very welcome. I'm glad to stream every Sunday. I'm really happy to do it, and only if if I'm super busy for some reason or another, I won't. The last time we had to skip the Sunday, it was because I had so much marking to do for work, so I had to skip it. But this week I'm feeling a little bit better about that. And yeah, you guys are very welcome. Virtual teaching from home, my district in person for K to 5, but if we go virtual, it's from the school still. Interesting. Well, where we are, the virtual teachers are doing it from home, and that's what I'm doing. And that's also what my wife is doing. So, yeah. Anyway, you guys have a good one. And until next week, you guys keep on worming, and we'll see you then. Bye bye for now.